Welcome.
Is it is it live on YouTube now?
It says live on YouTube now.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you on the street?
No, no, but I am living in city. That's why this noise came in.
Okay. You know that you can use a noise cancellation.
Hello.
Speaking. Abdul Majid was speaking. Okay. You can use your mic now. You said hello. Okay. Daddy. Hello, man. Okay. While you guys are preparing yourself or thinking about whether you should join or not, maybe I should check my own audio.
So perfect now. Did you get noise or not?
Hello.
Sounds okay. What did you say?
I said
I'm
hello.
saying that. Are you still getting noise from my side?
Oh, no, not anymore.
O- Okay.
Using noise cancellation.
Yes, yes.
Cool. You know how to use that. That's very cool. Okay. So,
Your
are
name
you
is
interested in the topic?
Yeah, yeah. I'm interested so much in this.
Okay. The main question was, are you a believer or a non-believer?
I am atheist
Okay, you're an atheist. Why?
because I can't find any valid reason to believe.
Okay. And I think that's enough
Yeah,
for not believing in anything.
yeah, yeah. And I always like to debate with those who are believers. I always like that.
Okay. Are you discussing with them here on Free for Talk or?
Yeah, yeah. In three four talks also, and also in public debate. Yeah, it's interesting.
Wow, public debates. Cool.
Yeah,
Okay, you're another debater here.
yeah, yeah. I'm doing debates. So,
Laddie, you wanna speak or you just wanna make us listen your background
yeah.
noise?
No, I wanted to get to know you.
You wanna get to know me? I'm an atheist and I have a YouTube channel. I love to discuss about these topics that I mentioned in this welcome message. You can see it on the screen.
Wait,
Yeah.
which topics you are discussing?
Um, right now we're not discussing. We just created the room and we're trying to understand each other and waiting for
Yeah.
people who want to discuss about the topics that I mentioned here also.
Okay, where are you from, Mr. Philosopher?
From heaven.
From what?
Heaven.
From heaven?
Yeah.
This is called an Arabic Jannah.
Jannah, yeah.
Yeah. Is it a place or a country or a city?
Whatever you call it. Do you know what
Again,
does it mean
again.
Jannah in Arabic?
Yes, yes, I know.
Really?
Yes, but you
I
are
don't think
kidding
you
or
know.
you
No,
no,
no, no.
I know.
Do you really know what does it mean Jannah in Arabic?
Yes, I know. I'm from Egypt. I'm an Arabic person.
Tell me what does it mean?
A Jannah if you are Muslim, you will go to the Jannah, inshallah. But if you are not, you will never get to the Jannah.
Oh, you think that it's a place. But why that place has that name in Arabic, Jannah? For example, do you know what does it mean, jinn?
Yeah, I know Jinn.
Do you think that there's any
They,
relation
they
between
are like,
the words?
yes, Jinn, like ghosts, like, yeah, like ghosts. But
Man,
Jinn,
listen the question carefully. Do you
yeah,
think that there is any relation between those two words, jinn and
no.
Jannah? You don't think so?
Uh,
And you're a native
Jinn,
Arabic speaker.
yeah, yes, I'm an idiot. Yes.
You don't know that there is a similarity between those two words.
No, I don't know.
Okay, what about you, Ahmad? Do you know that there is a relation or not? He doesn't want to talk.
The only relation I know that were living in the Jannah. I guess.
Living in the Jannah. Okay, okay.
By the way, I'm a mathematics teacher, not a religion teacher.
You don't have to be a
Yeah, yeah.
religion teacher. It's just Arabic words, man. Let me ask the AI here. So, is there any relation between these two Arabic words? Jannah
And Jinn,
and here is the AI. I don't know if AI can help with that or not. Okay, let's read the answer. Yes, there's a relationship between the Arabic words Jannah and Jinn. Jinn are supernatural beings in Islamic belief, often described as invisible spirits with free will, capable of good or evil. The word jinn comes from the Arabic root jan, which means to hide or to be concealed. Did you learn? What does it mean? Jannah is the Islamic concept of paradise, a place of eternal happiness and reward for the righteous. While the words share the linguistic root, their meaning are distinct. Jinn refers to a type of being. Jannah refers to destination or state or being. Okay, I didn't get the answer here. But
yeah.
anyway, maybe S knows the similarity. But the root word can tell you something. So,
Hello, philosopher.
hello, S.
I hope I didn't interrupt.
No. We didn't start. We're talking about what does it mean, Jannah and Jinn in Arabic.
Would you like to have a sort of discussion with me
About what?
about topics that you mentioned
Sure,
in your
definitely.
channel?
That's why I'm here,
Okay,
man.
okay. You have a question, or you would like me to ask you a question?
You can ask, but you should choose the topic. Which topic you want to discuss,
Um,
especially?
well, let's discuss about God and
Okay, cool.
atheism. They are related with each other, I think.
Exactly. They're about the same thing.
No, not really.
Hmm, not really.
Yeah. So you want to ask me something related to that?
We said you can ask questions. Yeah, I want to hear your
Yeah.
questions.
Oh, okay. You want me to ask you a question?
It's okay, man.
Are you atheist? Are you agnostic?
Both. I am an agnostic atheist.
Which it means in simple words?
In simple words, I can't claim that there's no God. I don't know God exists or not, but I don't have the belief that the God exists.
Uh-huh. I get it now.
Cool.
But you're not denying that God could exist.
Yeah, God could exist. Even I'm more open than many believers. I think that maybe there are a lot of gods. I don't know that. But that also means
Well,
maybe there's no God.
are you seeking for the truth, like in this case, in these terms
Yeah,
that
why
we're
not?
talking?
Yeah.
Um, do you think that you have time to look for many possibilities, like
I think I
in
did it.
you?
I think I did it. As I said, I think I am more open minded than believers.
No, no, no. I didn't mean, from the believer perspective. I'm taking your perspective now,
Which is?
which is like you. I guess you're looking for many possibilities.
Sure, because there are many possibilities and I checked them, but so far I couldn't conclude anything.
You checked all the possibilities.
Uh, on all of them, no. I mean, maybe there are infinite number of possibilities, so I don't know.
Yes, that's the case. That's the point.
Hmm.
If you would check for 100 years of your life, probably you wouldn't check all of them because you won't have time.
Okay. And so are you suggesting me
And
not to check? Just start to believe in one of them randomly?
no, not just like that. What I would suggest in this case is just a basic thing. Just pick one or two or three, which you can check them, which are some common things that people believe, okay, in
Okay.
these possibilities, which it makes sense 90% at the time.
Makes sense 90%.
Yeah, which it makes sense to you 90% of ideas that these possibilities offers to you.
Makes sense doesn't mean it's true.
Of course, I'm not
Okay,
saying that
so why should I do that?
I'm not saying that I'm holding the absolute truth. Don't get
Okay.
me wrong.
Yeah, but again, if I just cherry pick true religions, which makes sense, that doesn't mean one of them is a true religion. That doesn't mean even any of them is a true religion. So why should I do that?
I'm not saying to cherry pick. I'm saying the majority of them who people believe on them.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. But like, why should I follow the crowds?
It doesn't mean that you should follow the crowds. I'm just saying, the basics ones which religion offers to people.
Okay, but why? I mean, why them?
Okay, because you have to consider, these claims that believers do, or not believers, sorry, to be specific, Christianity, Islam, and Jew.
And
And if anybody from these religions makes sense to you, then you can follow it. It doesn't harm you.
oh, it doesn't. Not following also doesn't harm me because I'm not following any of them right
Yes,
now.
yes,
It
I
doesn't harm me.
know,
let
I
me have
know.
some opinion. Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, but wait a second. Sorry. You were talking
Hmm.
about seeking the truth. This is not seeking the truth. Just look at them. Oh, this makes sense. Oh, let me follow this. This is not seeking
You
the truth. You should know that, okay?
you want to follow all possibilities?
No, I want to follow the most likely true one if I can find.
What it makes you to something which it's really close to the truth?
Matching out with the claims. I mean, the evidence,
Claims.
yeah, the claims, if they are matching up with the claims, then yeah, it's most likely true. For example, if I say that I have two um, invisible, magicful creatures next to me, you would expect to see some magic, right? If you don't, then there's no need for believing in my claim.
Yeah, but you cannot compare something like that when it comes to God, in my
No,
opinion, of
no, I'm not
course.
comparing God. I'm just comparing like the belief system. How could I believe? Why should I believe?
Yeah,
Okay,
but belief addressed to specific God.
doesn't matter. Like God is also invisible, and in my example, those magicful creatures were also invisible. And how can I believe in that? By seeing some good evidence for it. Like the claims must
That's
match
why
with
that's
the
why it
evidence.
is called that's why it is called, belief.
Okay, so then it doesn't mean it's like searching the truth. So you can believe in anything, right? In that way. Anything.
No,
Any claim you
no,
can
I
believe.
disagree. I
Uh,
disagree.
no, you shouldn't, because people believe in many different religions and many different gods. That's reality. And
Yeah,
when I
that's
ask the
true.
question
I
why,
agree on that.
in the end of the day, they say, "Oh, wait a second, this is just fate. This is my fate."
Not all the people have this kind of system which you're trying to say, but anyway, we can move on. I mean,
Yeah, we can. So, so if I assume that you're a Muslim,
um, that's not just
Yes, I
assume
have
just
the same
like that.
question for
That's
you.
not assume just like that because it doesn't matter.
what?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just I'm asking, are you a Muslim?
Yeah,
Okay,
but it doesn't matter in this case.
no problem.
Yes,
No
I'm
problem.
asking you the same question. What's your religion, Mr. Philosopher?
I don't have a religion. I'm an atheist.
Can I finish, please, with him the conversation because I will leave. I have something to do.
Okay, if you have a limited time, yeah, I can spare the time for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, what's your main problem with God? That you are agnostic. You say that he might exist, he might not exist.
Okay, the problem is not only about God. The problem is about all supernatural claims, and the problem is there's no sufficient evidence to make me a believer. All the evidence is too vague, too ambiguous.
Okay. Can I
That's the
ask
problem.
a question here, please?
Yeah.
Um. Okay. You mentioned that religions claimed uh specific things regarding with God. Is that right?
Not only God, also, but yeah, the main claim is God, right? This is the biggest
Yeah.
claim,
Yeah.
and
But
so far, no
here's
good
the
evidence for
case.
God.
Here's the case, philosopher. I think it doesn't come from bottom side, but it comes from above side. If you know what I mean,
I don't
like
know what
you
you
know,
mean.
I mean, like you took the perspective from the humans how they interpret one thing or another, but what I'm saying is basically God, according to me, sent through the time revelation and prophets, etc. And it's up to human to accept or not.
That's true. I totally agree with you. And like, it's very relative. Like, there can be no evidence. You can still believe in something. There can
I
be
didn't make that conclusion.
you didn't
Sorry.
make, but that's what I
Uh,
derive from your speech. But anyway, if it's not your what you meant, this is what I want to say about the same topic.
okay,
Okay,
you can say
according
to
to
from
me,
your side, but you cannot, jump to my conclusion. What I want
okay,
to say, I can
we
say
can
to
hear.
you.
Okay, we can hear it later, and I just try to understand. Okay, so now that means I didn't understand. You can just fix it. Okay,
Yeah, move
or
on.
maybe you can hear me out more. Maybe you can understand. Oh wait, yeah, he's saying the same thing. Okay. So, from my perspective, evidence or the acceptance of the evidence is just so relative. As I said, there are people who can believe in anything even without any evidence. There's some people, just little amount of evidence can convince them for those claims. And for some people, they need more evidence to be convinced. And for some people, maybe it's impossible to be convinced. Doesn't matter how much evidence you show.
Hmm.
Okay?
And does it play any role here, science, if you're relating with it, or you don't relate at all?
What do you mean?
Like science versus God existence.
It doesn't have to be science versus God. I mean, I don't need to use science to believe a God exists. If I
Yeah,
see a
but
miracle right
since
now, I could be a believer.
no, since science is like dealing with evidence. That's
Yeah.
why I mentioned.
Oh, yeah, sure, people can use science to believe a God exists, to test a God exists, or to test soul or ghosts or afterlife exists if they can. But
As
again, like,
far
it's
as
not necessary for me.
as far as I know, like science doesn't deal with God existence or sort of like that.
But people can use science to, to understand the evidence or to make up a belief.
Yeah, but the main point is the science
The
doesn't
main
deal
point
with God
is, I'm not
existence.
talking about science. We should set aside the science, okay? You are the one
Okay, okay.
who are speaking about science, not me. Okay, as I said,
Yeah, but
I can
you
believe in
were
God. I can
you
believe in
were
God
men
without science, okay?
you were mentioning evidence.
Yes, yes.
So
Evidence can be a miracle, and science doesn't work with miracles also. But if I see a miracle, then I could be a believer. So science is not necessary for my case.
what kind of miracle is
Okay, let's
acceptable to
pray
you?
to any possible God right now. Okay. Hey,
We
if
cannot do that.
we cannot,
That's false because
what is
all
false?
all possible gods cannot be prayed in this once in the
What?
time right now.
What did you say?
You told let's pray to all possibility gods.
Yes,
Am I
and
right? But you cannot do that in the same
I just did
time.
it. I just did it.
You did it how? Show me.
I just did it. Like, I pray to all possible gods. If
No,
one
you
of them
cannot do
exists, if
that.
some of them exist, if they have the ability to listen me, okay, here, okay, how I can believe that you exist. There is my phone on the table right now. If this phone disappears right now in front of me, that would be a good evidence for me. And
Okay.
let's wait for some seconds.
Okay, no, there is no need to wait because this is nonsense
This is
according to me.
nonsense.
Sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
what you're saying.
wait a second. Wait a second. Just because your God is not able to do something, you shouldn't call it nonsense. It's not my
Please,
problem if God cannot do such
please,
kind of things, or if God
if
doesn't want to do such kind of thing. It's not my problem. Okay, I'm just
if you
showing you how I
continue,
can believe a God exists. That's all.
please, if you continue to personal matters, then it's your problem, and I will
It's a
just
personal
leave.
matter.
Yeah, you just were making conclusion on my personal matters.
I didn't
So
say
as,
anything
as
about your personal matters, man.
Yeah,
What the
you
hell
say
are you
about
talking
my
about?
God. You say about my God.
I didn't say about your God. I said any possible God.
Or whatever. If you want, we can continue. If you don't want, I can leave. No
I think you
problem.
don't want to continue, and you're free to go, man. You are the
No,
one who
no,
doesn't want to
no.
continue here.
No, it's just, we have to talk about, God, not personally.
No, but we are not talking personally, like we're talking about any possible God. If there is such a God who can do such kind of things, that would be a good evidence for me. That's all.
According to me, that's not possible.
Why do you think so? Because you think that gods cannot do such kind of things?
No, listen, if you wait me 1 minute,
1 minute.
I'll tell you, okay? But just listen out. What you're looking for, it doesn't make sense to me because, the thing that you are wanting is not the way that it should work.
Oh, you know how it
Basically,
works.
basically, God sent prophets, sent books, and
Okay.
in those books, he mentioned, about free will, that people are to choose to believe or not to
Now you're
believe.
not making sense, my friend. You're not making sense because the books that you believe in, they already talk about the same things that I asked right now. People were asking miracles, they had seen miracles. That's all.
I'm
And you're
talking about
contradicting with your
specific.
beliefs right now.
I'm talking about specific religions, not all the religions that
Yeah,
you
and I'm talking
mentioned.
about the specific religions that you are also thinking right now, okay?
Which
Those
ones are
religions,
there?
for example, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they
Yes.
had miracles, people had seen the miracles, and it was okay at that time. And you're saying, oh, it
Miracles,
doesn't make sense if I see a miracle right now, which is so contradictory.
miracles by with the phone.
It doesn't
I
have to
don't
be
get it.
phone. Miracle is a miracle. It can be in any way, right?
You mentioned the phone.
I
didn't
mentioned the phone, and any miracle can happen in any shape, any form, right? It doesn't have to be phone. Let's suppose my dick. If there's a God, God can
Okay.
disappear my dick right now. Are you
You're
happy right now?
becoming angry now.
I am angry because you even like you are so annoyed by what I am asking right now, because you know that miracles happened in your religion or in other religions. Let's don't make it personal, okay? Miracles happen in other religions, and you believe in those religions too. And when I
It,
ask similar, it's not even similar. This is a less miracle, okay? And it's
it's up to God
yeah,
to
it's up
give
to
you
God. It's up to God.
give you miracles.
That's why you can't say it doesn't make any sense. You can't say that. You're not a friend of
Why
God.
not?
You don't know what God wants, what God can do, or God wants to talk to someone, or wants to show a miracle to someone. It's not your business. You can't decide that. You
I
can't
know
decide
what
what
God
God
can
can do, what
do.
God wants to do. You don't know that. Are you a friend of God?
I know what God can do.
Can do. Okay, but you don't know what God will do, does do, or has done. You don't know all of those things.
Yeah, I know
You don't
all
know.
of this.
You,
I
you
know.
speak like you are a friend of God.
No, okay, that's just your opinion and the way that you look at. It doesn't
A
matter.
philosopher. Let give him a chance to tell that. Okay, tell what can God do? What are the certain things that God can able to do,
I'm
and what are
sorry.
the certain things
I'm not
God will
interested.
able?
Sorry, I'm not interested. No.
Okay, okay.
Because what he's gonna say, no, God cannot show you that miracle that you want right now. Why? Blah
Mhm.
blah 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 blah. But the answer is it's useless. It will be useless. I
Oh,
know that because all
philosophers,
believers.
don't get angry. You
Uh,
shouldn't be angry.
no, you are the angry one.
Calm
What
down.
made me angry because you know that okay that won't happen, but you are saying that oh it won't happen because it doesn't work like that.
How you know that I know something?
You already claimed that, right?
What I did claim.
Yeah, you said that that won't happen. It doesn't work like that. It's nonsense. And when I ask you why do you think it's nonsense, oh, you say because it doesn't work like that.
No, I was saying just it's up to God if He
Yeah.
wants,
Oh, now you're
to.
correcting yourself. Yeah, it's up to God. Okay, and that
Of
would be a good
course,
evidence for me if it happens. If it doesn't happen, then I'm not going to believe. That's all.
what you're looking it does not make sense.
Uh, uh, you're saying it's up to God, and then you're saying it doesn't make sense. You are not making sense right now. If it's up
Okay,
to
that's
God,
your
you don't know
opinion.
if it will happen or not. If it's up to God, you don't know that.
What he wanted, he mentioned in the books.
He
So I
mentioned that
know
I'm
what
not
he
gonna
wants.
show any miracle to philosopher. That's mentioned in the Quran.
No, it doesn't deal with a specific person.
Oh, Muhammad is not a specific person, or Jesus is not a specific person, or Moses is
Muhammad
not a
or
specific
Jesus
person.
were prophets.
I don't
What are
care.
you
They were
talking about?
specific people, right?
Yeah, those were specific people,
So
but there
then
were
that
specific
contradicts what you said. God
there were
doesn't deal with
specific
specific
there,
people, but
there
it
were
does.
specific people chosen by God.
Okay, doesn't matter. God can choose me to talk to or show miracle. Okay, I don't have to be a prophet. I don't need to
There
be a
is
messenger. Okay,
there is nothing wrong. I'm not choosing one too. You're not choosing two. So it doesn't matter. He, choose for a specific reason, since he is all knowing. So he does
you
it
are
that
not the
way.
all-knowing. You don't know like God. God can choose anyone to show a miracle. You don't know that. You are not all-knowing. Why you are
Said
behaving
it.
like you're all-knowing? Why you're behaving like that? Are you God? Are you
I'm
claiming
not
to be God?
I'm not all knowing.
Okay,
God is
if you're
all
not
knowing.
all-knowing, then stop making claims about God. Okay,
I'm not making
you
claims.
are. You are. You are.
You are angry now.
I am angry because you're not making any sense so far, and that's why I'm angry. Yeah, that's true. I'm angry.
Are you going to kick me?
I will kick you if you keep like this. Sure, I will kick you.
Well, it doesn't matter
It
really.
doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about that. Also,
Okay. Okay. But if you calm down, we can continue, discussion.
it's up to you. If you keep like this, I will not calm down. You should know that.
Why? There is no
You're not
reason.
making any sense so far. You're wasting my time so far. That's the reason. That's a good reason
I'm
for me.
wasting your time. Are you,
Yep.
getting money from this? You're not.
No,
You're
it
wasting
doesn't have
already
to
your
be.
time.
Yeah, but I want to waste my time in a good way, and this is not a good way right now because you're annoying.
What is the good way?
Good way is having a good conversation, good discussion.
I'm trying, but you
Oh,
didn't let
but
me.
you're failing a lot. I let
Okay,
you,
that's
man. I let you. How you dare to say that you didn't let me? You said
that's
that
according to
oh,
you.
God doesn't
That
work like that. Oh, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. You said 3 times this is nonsense, and you didn't give any good explanation for it.
okay, can we go just one more time to this one? You're looking for miracle like from getting phone or to disappear something for your phone. Is
So
that
what?
true?
So what?
So here's the case. I didn't say that God is not possible of doing that or what you're looking, but it's just nonsense because
Bye
you
bye. Fuck off. You're not giving any shit. You keep saying this is nonsense, and even you said, "Oh, I didn't say it's impossible." If it's not impossible, that means this is possible. Okay, if God exists, God can say, "Okay, I don't give a shit about what this guy is asking, and I don't care about that also." But if He knows everything, He knows that right now. I wouldn't believe in Him if this doesn't happen. That's all.
He is actually claiming that he knows what are the certain things that God will do. So
That's why I
that's what
said he behaves like he's a very close friend of God.
that's what I wanna take out from his mouth. That what are the things which he God told him that he will do certain these things.
Let me tell you what is unfair. Keep saying this is fucking not making sense and not giving any reason why you think so is unfair, okay? You said many times it doesn't make sense and you don't have any argument, okay? And you know that you feel that you don't make any sense. That's why you keep annoying me.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm angry. Like that's clear. You don't have to be genius to know that I'm angry. But the reason is you. The reason is you're eager to not make any sense because you realize that you have a problem with this concept. It's just a simple miracle. I don't need to be a messenger or a prophet. If God is able to do that, if God wants to do that, God can do that. And then it will be a good evidence for me. That's all. That's the whole topic. And I'm not like sitting every day and I'm praying to God for this kind of miracles. No, I don't. I'm just showing what is a good evidence for me. That's all.
Should we give him a chance
No, no, no,
to
no.
come?
I just did it. I just did it. He just repeated the same shit without any
Okay.
argument. He kept saying this doesn't make sense. And why should I give any other chance? That's why it was waste of time. It's just repetition. Anyway, if this new guy doesn't talk, I'll recreate the room so that we can find. Okay. Maybe you should go and take a coffee. He said that like I don't have much time. And he wasted his time like this by just repeating the same nonsense. That was not cool.
Hmm. You know that there is a person in this platform who is always trying to promote Islam. One day I get up with him and when I ask him who created universe, he said the God is one who created it. But when I ask him who created God, then he said the question is bullshit.
Yeah, the question is bullshit. Why? Because God is someone who is uncreated. Oh, you see?
Then I ask him that what's the matter to believe that if no one created God, then you can also believe that no one created universe. Then he kicked me out.
Oh, he kicked you out. Like you're talking about
Yeah,
the same person or someone else?
someone else, someone
Oh,
else.
okay, someone else. Okay, cool. Okay, hey, what was your name? Sorry. Aryan. Okay.
Yeah.
Aryan, I'm gonna recreate the room. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'll jump in some seconds. Okay. Wow, you're so fast.
It showed me in the first place only.
Ah, okay, that's how. Oh, like you were here. I don't know who was here at the beginning. We were talking about the meaning of heaven in Arabic.
You
I
mean Zin and Zahan, I guess.
Yeah, and AI said something that I wanted, but not all the things that I wanted. So
Mhm.
AI was explaining the etymology of the word Jan. It means
Mhm.
hidden, sacred.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to explain this. Okay, so Jannah, according to Islamic view, is is a garden. Okay,
Mhm.
but like full of trees. It's so dense that you don't see what is inside. Okay, so it means it's also like a hidden garden or hidden place, hidden by a lot of trees. Let's say. You disconnected.
Oh no, I have just started that magic mic, that noise remover.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I am saying that I was just trying to on that noise remover. That's why it showed me.
Okay, your audio is kind of stuttering, but
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
you were
You
doing something
you
else.
go ahead. What are you saying? You go ahead.
I already did, but let me repeat since you disconnected. So, as the AI explained, the root word means hidden,
Mhm.
and Jannah, the word paradise in Arabic. So people say that it's a garden,
Mhm.
and it's very dense, full of trees. It's like you don't see what's inside. That's how dense it is. So
Mhm.
kind of it means it's hidden also. So the again the meaning comes from the root word jan, and the jinn also, the word means hidden, invisible, right? So they have similar meanings indeed.
Mhm. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry for interrupting, but
That's
you
okay.
got a point there, which is kind of wrong, bro.
Oh, or you can explain,
Concerned
you
with
can fix that.
yeah, yeah. Just to give some just share ideas between each other and information, on basis
Let's see
about
that, man.
some stuff. It's just jinn that are hidden and Jannah because it's Jannah, it's hidden. No, no, there is Jannah. It means what, like the garden, as you said. You were right about it, but it's not that full of trees. No, Jannah, it could be like a farm. Okay, so there is similar in Quran, Holy Quran. It's mentioned that if you get into your Jannah, your garden, say MashaAllah, even in dunya. So it's not that hidden. You got me, bro. So Jannah, it's something beautiful, something cool, something green. Yeah, it doesn't have to do with hidden stuff. Yeah, this is what I
Okay.
believe.
Yeah, but I disagree, man, because like the root word Jan, okay, so those words are similar, right? Jin, Jannah. They have
Yeah,
the
but
same
it's
root.
not.
They can't,
I
like,
can give
sure,
you now.
definitely, like one means an invisible creature, the other means a place for people. Okay, definitely they're different
Yeah,
words. So no one said that they're the same words. Okay, what I meant,
yeah.
they come from the same root, and there's a
Mhm.
meaning there. Okay.
No, no.
No, okay,
It's
then please search. Okay, just ask
no, no.
wherever you want. Okay, it can be ChatGPT or Google. Ask.
Yeah, but I can give you now. Can give you now. I can give you now a bunch of words that are like and that are like, but has different meanings, bro. In all languages, not only on Arabic. Yeah, for example, I can say a lot of words like alim, alam. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
this is different, and yeah, different thing. And I can say, um, um, yeah, there are so many words that
I
are
think you.
like and similar
I think you
in
don't understand what I mean, man. Okay.
pronunciation that they have.
Okay. Forget. So this
Yeah,
is a
it's fine, it's fine. We're
miscommunication.
not gonna argue about.
I'll mute you. You're not patient, okay? I'm saying forget because you don't understand what I mean, okay? But if you're really sincere and you want to understand what did I mean, okay, go search the root word of those two words, okay? Jinn and jinnah. Because they come from the same root, you can easily find that, okay? Then maybe you can understand what do I mean. But right now it's clear that you don't understand what do I mean. And he was so impatient. That's not my problem. And that's a very useless topic, by the way. Why the hell we're talking about that long? You don't have to raise hand to speak. Guest should start by demonstrating that his God is more than his imagination, but he can't do it.
I would like to answer your question
Which
on the
one?
purpose of life.
That's not a question, man. But anyway, say whatever you want.
Yeah, we have got life just to enjoy the forms of life and like whatever we have got on earth. So many amazing technologies, fruits. Right? I mean, the adventures of life. We are here to enjoy the adventures of life. That's the main motto of the Creator, the God
How do I
you are
know
referring
that?
to. That's the because I think it is obvious.
When you say obvious, that doesn't mean it's obvious. I mean, you should show it, and you should prove that it's obvious. To
I
me, it's not
mean,
obvious.
I believe education, job, all those stuff are a secondary thing, and enjoying life is the primary purpose of life. Like I
How do you
believe,
know that was my question and you're still not answering? You're just talking about your opinions.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
your opinions don't mean it's the truth. You know that, right?
And I've just joined, so I would like to know what is agnosticism.
Agnosticism is not knowing the existence of God.
Not believing in God.
No, I didn't say that. I said not knowing that God
Oh,
exists or
okay,
not.
okay, okay. And one more, atheism means.
It's not believing in God.
Hmm, okay. All right. So ask me. I can definitely answer you in a very good way.
Do you believe in God?
I'm I'm kind of very interested in this.
Oh, yeah. So I'm asking, do you believe in God?
Well, you know what I believe? I don't believe in God. Like I don't believe there is a God
That's enough answer, man. Either you believe or
watching
not.
us.
Do you believe in God? No,
Yeah,
I don't
I
believe in
don't
God.
believe. I don't.
Cool.
I don't.
Okay, that's enough.
Hmm. What about you?
I
Do
also
you
don't believe in
believe?
God.
Yeah, that's obvious, right?
Yeah, I
That
have a question. Why don't you believe?
I think it comes to both of us. But guest,
Because if there was any God, then it would not be so uh, controversial or so secret thing. It would have been an open thing. Like there's a God over us.
I disagree as an atheist. I
Hmm.
disagree. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
if there is a
But I
God,
believe
that
in
uh,
I believe in not afterlife, but a life after life.
okay.
Can you just little bit explain what does that mean?
Oh, he can't do it right now. I muted him.
Okay. Because afterlife doesn't make sense to me. I have some uh, certain view to see that. That's why.
This is the same guy that I muted. Let me see. Set, unset. Yeah, it's the same guy. Hey man, either you have a connection problem or you don't give a shit about what other people say. I was expecting you to say, wait a second, what kind of a fucking atheist you are? Why you disagree about what I said?
When I have disagree with you, I'm completely agree with you.
No, no, I'm not. I'm talking to the other guy.
Oh,
Wants to talk about the word.
Yes. So, what are you asking?
Nothing, nothing.
And I was eager to know. I haven't heard this word philosopher.
Yeah,
I've
because
I
that's
only
the
know
same word.
philosopher.
I created that name and you didn't see me before.
Okay, okay, okay. And you have said existence of religions.
Yeah. Welcome, we.
Hi, thank you.
Anyway,
Yeah, be it any religion, I believe there should be humanity in every religion.
there should be humanity in every religion. Okay.
Just a point, like there are humans in every religion. Like it is the humans who are following religions. Yes, by default, there would be humanity. I don't, just,
but
just, just a point.
but if there is humanity in every religion, it doesn't mean that other bad things will not exist in that religion. Humanity will be the part of religion then. So I guess if humanity is only the religion, it would be better.
Hey, philosopher, I have a question for you.
I'm hearing.
So, do you believe in the existence of aliens? What's your opinion?
If I say I believe, that wouldn't be maybe correct. I'm not sure. I think I don't believe.
Well, through any obvious uh, reason or any obvious mean, you can guess it. I guess.
You can guess, and you can guess wrongly also. That's what does it mean, guess, right? You can think that, wait a second, there must be. Why? Because we exist here and the universe is too big. Look, there are millions, billions of planets, right?
Hmm.
So it
There
can't be
might be
only
some.
us, right? You can think like
There
that.
might be there might be aliens in another galaxies, right?
You can say that. You can say that. But do I believe right now?
Yeah, that's not your belief.
That's
I
not
got
my
you.
belief. Yeah.
I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, like I like the other question more, which is, do you think that aliens visited us? I definitely don't believe in
Oh,
that.
yeah. There are some misbeliefs, or I don't know what in history we read that some aliens had contact with Germany's Hitler.
Oh, what a
Yeah.
conspiracy.
In my school, we were used to thought about this thing.
Okay.
Man, you, you are from which school?
I mean, not taught, just it was discussed because
Oh, yeah.
it was it is written in some books and in some past histories
Okay,
that
okay.
Hitler might have connection with some aliens.
Okay.
They say Hitler might pass some human bodies to aliens for experimentation, and in return he would get uh, their, I mean, kind of something. I don't remember exactly.
I don't know. Just query. Like if
And
you are
another,
what would you have asked for from aliens? I mean,
all right, I don't know much, but I have heard another thing that some countries pilots are not allowed to speak about something like that. That they have like if if a pilot sees a kind of alien or UFO, they are, and if they claim, they are just fired from that job of pilot, because even if they really see or kind of, then they do not, I mean the country does not allow them to be any longer for a pilot
Hmm.
job.
I have also heard that pilots are not allowed to speak
Mm.
that. Do you have any point of view on afterlife?
Yeah, we may get rebirth, but not. I don't believe in afterlife. Like the gap between you die and you are born.
Yeah, but how is it
Hmm.
possible that we may come back?
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
possible.
But
You
how?
know, because the setup on Earth is kind of that. It seems obvious. People 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 take birth, people die. So if you are out of your soul, like I mean your body, you may get a birth again
Oh,
in
you believe
future.
in soul?
Yes, I believe.
Wow.
I kind of believe, kind of.
You are a so weird atheist, man.
Not, I mean, kind of believe, not exactly, but I can say that we can, if we are, if you are taking a birth this moment, then if you die, you can get another birth if the situations are, if the
But
conditions
that
are
was the
favorable.
question. Why do you think so? I mean, what's the evidence for that?
Because that's the purpose of life. The creator has set this up, according to me, to
Wait a
enjoy life, to
second. I'm
go.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like there's a big mess here. I thought you were an atheist.
Hmm?
Like, are you a believer?
No, I don't believe in God, but the way He has created things, I don't believe that He's.
I'll mute you forever. I will mute you forever. Just make up your mind. Do you believe a God exists or not? When you say the creator, that's just a fucking God to me.
Yeah.
Hey, holy, I heard you. Hey, and that was all?
Yeah, I've joined with this account because you plugged me with a different account.
Who are you?
Like we were talking about arguments from contingency, and we reached to disagreement about if
Did
it
I
can be
block
one
you?
or more than one.
Did I
Yeah,
block you? Okay, and what makes you think that I will make you stay here right now?
because we want to have a discussion about that.
If I block you, that means I don't want to have a discussion anymore, right? Why people
Maybe,
block each other then? But anyway, since you bother yourself to maybe create an account or use another account to join and have a conversation, let's try again and let's see like whether I will block you again or not.
yeah. So we reached to a disagreement that I said the necessary existence can only be one, and you said it can be more than one, right?
I
So
said, not, I always say, why not? Like, I'm not claiming necessarily there are many multiple, necessary existence. I don't know that.
mhm.
Okay, I'm agnostic about that. But when someone claims that no, there cannot be, it's their job
Mhm.
to prove that why there can't be many necessary beings. But to my
Okay.
logic, okay, I can say if one exists, why not many? Okay.
Mhm.
For example, if there's
So,
one phone here, why not many phones on this planet? Or if one person
mhm.
on this planet, why not many people? If one animal, why not many animals? If there's one star that we see, why not many stars in the universe? If one planet we see, why
Mhm.
not many planets? So you see, I use the
Gotcha.
same
So,
reasoning. If one necessary existence, why not many?
gotcha. So first, let's do we agree that the necessary existence must exist, or we don't agree with that?
Uh, must exist. You mean right now?
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. If the necessary existence had the ability to disappear, I don't know if this is possible or not, then maybe it doesn't necessarily exist right now. But anyway, this is another topic. So necessary existence means existing necessarily, right? I think this is enough for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. I mean, like, do you agree with that argument from contingency, and you agree at least the something on a starting point or something necessary, or you think this argument is not good enough to demonstrate them something necessary must exist?
I'm not able to understand your question.
Do you agree with the argument from contingency to prove there is a necessary existence, either it is one or 10 or
But
anything?
mm, the contingency argument, what does it say exactly?
It says we cannot have an infinite chain of dependent things. We must,
Oh, I
yeah.
disagree, but I don't, I don't
Mhm.
mind. I can say, okay, maybe it's true. I don't know whether like there is a necessary being or beings or there's an
Mhm.
infinite chain of causation. I don't know the answer. Okay, for me, both of them are okay, but we can only proceed by accepting for the sake of argument, and I don't have any problem with that. And as you see,
Okay, so
I'm
can
more
we first?
open-minded than
Mhm.
the believers who think that there's only one necessary being. Like, I'm more open-minded. Like I'm saying, okay, if the contingency argument is true, that means there can be a necessary being at the beginning. Even there can be multiple necessary beings at the beginning.
Yeah. So
So
you said you don't know if the necessary existence exists or not.
yeah, I don't know, but it's not important. I said let's accept for the sake of argument. There's at least one necessary existence at the beginning, and there's a starting point. But the question is, again,
Mhm.
why not many necessary beings at the beginning? Okay, do you want to watch my last video right now? Because I explain
Your
it.
philosophy video?
No, did you watch it?
No, no. You said you have a philosophy video explaining the argument from contingency.
No, it's explaining exactly the topic that we are discussing right now. Okay, like I will play it in multiple causes, and it wait.
Okay, like
It's very short. It's
no, no.
5 minutes at all.
already like talked with you and got your position.
Okay, let's watch it again because we will just repeat the same thing. So I don't think it hurts if we watch this. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. What if there are many first causes? When it comes to this topic, the existence of a first cause intuitively makes sense. Otherwise, imagining a prior cause for each cause leads us to an infinite regress. If there is no first cause, how could we have come to this point? Sounds okay, right? To be honest, I also don't have a problem with this. But when an atheist accepts this, does he become a believer? Definitely not. Like the Kalam cosmological argument, this argument doesn't lead you to God either. It doesn't even lead to a cause for the universe. How? Very simple. We can claim that this universe is the first cause. If we must start from somewhere, why don't we start from a place that we know? If you are talking to a believer, I'm sure you will get a lot of answers. But our topic is not that. This time we will entertain the idea that our universe is not the first cause. What does it mean to cause something? Changing another thing? Or combining things together? Or creating from nothing? For the sake of the argument, let's accept all of them. What do we learn from our universe? There can be multiple or singular causes. When we check those causes, they are either intelligent or unintelligent. What about their numbers? It can be many, a few, or one. Can we apply the same rule to the universe itself? Why not? Since we don't know how causation works outside of this universe, we can entertain all kinds of ideas. At least we will go hand in hand with religions. People believe that there is at least one cause of this universe. Plus, they think that this cause is intelligent. What about many causes? We mentioned the causes in the universe and concluded that they can be either one or many. So, there can be many causes of this universe also. In this case, we are talking about many gods. Some major religions reject this idea automatically by defining God as an uncreated being, and they think they solved the problem. In addition to this, they think that those gods will fight. But as you can clearly see, fighting gods already means many gods. Let's get back to our main question. What if there are many first causes? When believers solve the infinite regress problem, they miss a huge point. They think that the causal chain has only one step. God exists, and one step further, there is the universe. Maybe this chain has three pieces: the first creator, then another creator, and then the universe. Or maybe there are 157 steps. This also solves the infinite regress problem. What makes them think that there is only one step? Definitely their religions. Okay, let's suppose they're right. There is one step. We mentioned multiple causes, and it doesn't have to be like a chain. Imagine a building. Many people are building it together. Only one step. Sure, you can say, wait, those humans each have their own causes, and those also have their own. But in this case, each step has multiple causes. We should stick to the idea where there is only one step. So, the universe exists. What is the cause? Many intelligent beings, like the building. The only difference is these beings don't have any cause. They are uncreated, they are timeless. Familiar? Yeah, why not? If one can exist, why not many? If this is the case, they are the first causes. It doesn't have to be like that either. Let's suppose there are 100 billion things at the beginning. They are the first cause. They are uncreated. How do they exist? They are necessary. This was the logic we stole from believers. Then those causes cause other things, and it goes on like that. Somewhere in the chain, intelligent beings start to appear. Randomly? Let's say this was also necessary. If many things exist by necessity at the beginning, others follow a determined path, therefore automatically necessary. So, those beings start causing others, and it goes like that by evolving. And 10 of those beings decide to create our universe. What a story. Who can say this is false? Definitely, it's on me to prove my story, but it checks all the boxes that believers require: intelligent cause, first cause, no infinite regress. Would you buy that? As I said earlier, they stick to their version because their religion has made its own claims for a long time. It sounds like whoever came first takes first. We are more comfortable sticking to the beliefs that we have found ready for us. That's how it worked throughout the history. Anyway, it's enough for more questions since we already. Okay, thanks for watching and being patient.
Oh, nice video.
Well, thanks for
Yeah,
appreciating
nice
also.
video.
Amazing. I like the concept how you have explained the whole thing.
Well, you can find
Yeah.
more of like this, but you should go, deeper in my list. My
Yeah,
first
I am
videos are like
already
that.
subscribing you on YouTube.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. But you know
Now,
what? I agree with you.
you agree with me? With one
Yeah,
video?
I agree with. I agree that causality doesn't work.
Causality doesn't work.
Yeah, because causality is already a time bound, and we cannot apply time before singularity and in the singularity. But I'm talking about dependency.
Dependency, okay. But
Yeah.
it's the same thing. Like, what's the difference? So let's suppose
Okay.
this like that there must be one independent thing, okay? And you're
Let me
saying,
give you
wait
another.
a second, like our universe must depend on something. But
Mhm.
then you're saying, wait a second, there must be something without depending on anything. Okay, we have this universe. Why not this universe is the one that you were seeking for? Something existing without depending on anything. We can easily claim that, okay, this universe is what you're seeking for. Universe exists and it doesn't depend on anything. Why
Good.
you have a
Now
problem
we
with that?
So now at least we have an agreement that there something independent must exist. And you are saying it may be the universe, right?
Again, for the records, it's for the sake of
Mhm.
argument, because I know that, I'm sorry, I don't know that, but I assume that it's so hard to convince you that it might not be like that also. And I don't want to waste my energy just trying to prove that maybe infinite regress is also possible. And I'm really bad at doing that also, to be honest. And that's why I don't
Mhm.
go in that way. That's why I said, let's accept for the sake of argument, because I know that accepting that doesn't prove any God, doesn't prove any religion. That's why I'm so cool about accepting a necessary existence.
Thank you.
Or
So let me tell you why, even if I accepted the infinite regress of dependencies, that doesn't work. Because if you have infinite regress of
man,
dependencies,
sorry, again, we don't need to talk about infinite regress. Okay, I told you. I can't,
yeah,
convince you, and I don't have to. Believe me, it's unnecessary to talk about infinite regress. Forget about it, okay?
I know that is not your position, that you are saying from the first place, necessary existence or independent thing, it is not necessary. So I'm trying to go back before the independent thing. I don't know why you don't want to talk about that.
Because it's unnecessary to talk about infinite regress. Why? I explained to you. Because even if we say that, okay, yeah, it doesn't make sense, there must be a necessary being, okay, or necessary existence, that doesn't prove your God. That doesn't prove any God. That doesn't prove God at all. Okay. That doesn't even prove that there is a cause for this universe. That doesn't prove anything. That's why I'm okay with that concept. We even don't need to go there because, like, I'm I'm saying that even if we accept that, well, why we're here? You're a believer. You try to prove your God exists, right? And this argument doesn't prove your God exists. And that's why I don't need to go there. But this solves my problem. I mean, it's not my problem, but at least this is enough, right? To show you that, hey, wait, like this doesn't make sense. I mean, this is not a good argument for your God. Like Kalam cosmological argument, people bring it always, but it's not a good argument for God, for any God.
Yeah, as I said, philosopher, I don't agree with the
Oh,
Kalam
I don't
cosmological
remember that.
argument.
But we don't have to talk about it. So we're talking about contingency. Okay. And what is your argument? There must be one thing which doesn't contingent upon anything. No problem. Let's accept that. My question is that there are two
Mhm,
questions, maybe three.
mhm,
First of all,
mhm.
why universe is not something like that, which doesn't depend on anything. Maybe the universe doesn't have a cause. That means it doesn't depend on anything. And the other question, why, like, there's only one step in your understanding, because you, like, according to your belief, universe exists, and wait a second, there's a cause for this universe, one cause, and this cause doesn't depend on anything. And I'm saying, wait a second, this is the second question, why not many causes for this universe, and they're all independent, that they don't depend on anything for their existence? And the third question, wait a second, like, okay, we solved the infinite problem, we don't have to talk about it, but why not many steps for that? Because you can't claim that there's no timeline or causation outside of the universe. You don't know that. You can't claim that, like, causality doesn't work like this in this universe. You can't claim that. So maybe there is some sort of causality which is very similar to the things that we observe in this universe, the causality. What if there are, let's suppose there is a cause for this universe, or let's say there are two causes of this universe, and those two causes, they have their two causes also, That's all. We stop here. Why it doesn't work like that? 3 questions. I'm sorry, like the 3 questions is too much, but we can only stick to one of them. You can cherry pick any of them.
Okay, so let's first go with why the necessary existence must only be one, not 2 or 3 or 10.
Okay.
Okay,
can
let's
cherry
let's
pick one,
first
no
do that.
problem.
Okay. I would say first, if there are 2 necessary existence, and they are different, right?
Okay, let's say they're different.
Okay, I would say difference implies A have something B doesn't have.
No problem.
Yeah, and I would say if B doesn't have something, that implies potentiality.
Oh, but you're that guy, the
change.
potentiality guy. Now I remember you.
Yeah,
Okay, it doesn't mean that they have potentiality, or even if they have potentiality, that doesn't mean they would change. Okay.
yeah, and this is the point of the disagreement, and why this is why I joined this time, because I'm making the claim it if the potentiality or the change can happen to the necessary existence that excluded, and you are saying no, that's not true. So my point is, do you think we have like can we ask AI or someone else?
Ask what?
AI, for example.
We should ask what?
Ask it about this question specifically.
Which question again? What's the
So
specific
the
question here?
the question will be like the following: if we agreed there is a necessary existence for the sake of the argument, can it be more than one, or limited, or can change?
Okay, let's ask the
using-
question one by one. Let's ask your first question. You want me to do that? If
Yeah,
there
this is a question if you want to.
is necessary existence, can there be
Can you share your
many?
screen or something like that?
Wait a second. You will see that in the chat box. Okay, this is the answer.
Okay, I will say this AI is not good enough.
Oh, really? Because it didn't give you your desired answer.
Yes.
No, that is not why. But
okay, do you want to ask
this AI
ChatGPT?
is like ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud?
You want to ask?
AI,
I'll
anyone
copy paste the same question, but will you trust me that I'm asking one of those?
Yeah, exactly. Like it could be the same question, and like
I
send
copy paste it.
Gemini, ChatGPT, and Cloud or Grok.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and if you can share your screen, that will be better. Because I also asked ChatGPT this question I've passed here in the chat, and it gave me a different answer from that.
Okay, this is a very simple answer I got from ChatGPT. There are many but this is not the only answer, by the way. So this is answer A, and it explains why no also. But it doesn't make sense. Either yes or no.
Okay, let me
Principle of
copy
sufficient reason. Probably you're talking about this. Okay, this is the other answer. Why it says that. So it's not giving an answer. It's showing that there are these two things that people argue. Okay? So
let me show you what my ChatGPT said. The difference implies composition or limitation, and that would make them contingent, not necessary.
Again, come again.
The difference implies composition or limitation, and that would make them contingent.
No, it doesn't. It only means they're different.
So you didn't agree with me.
I
The
don't agree
difference
with you.
implies limitation. No, the limitation point. You agree with me or not?
Limitation, okay, they can be limited. There's no any rule that necessary things cannot be limited. There's no such a rule. First, you have to solve that problem. How can you say that
Mhm.
if something is necessarily existing, it must be unlimited? This idea only comes from your religion. You don't see that.
No,
Yes, it
it
is.
doesn't come from my
It
religion
is.
because the logic behind it, if it is limited, it have a potential, and if it have a potential, the cause for that change is caused by
Cause for
something
the
out
change.
of it.
Okay, we are just repeating the same words again and again. I remember the previous conversation more clearly right now. And you don't realize even what you're saying, like the potential for the change. Okay, our topic is not changing. Okay, our topic is not change. Our topic is existence, not the change. Okay, like you can say that, oh, like the change is contingent. Okay, I agree. Change is contingent, but this is not our topic. Why are you like confusing the topics here? Our topic was existence, necessary existence. Okay,
Okay, so I'm going to
necessary.
join with a different account.
Necessary, like change can be contingent. I don't have a problem with that. That's what you're saying. If they're different, they have potentiality, they might change. That doesn't mean they will definitely change, by the way, but they might change. Okay, if they're changing, the change depends on the other things or anything else. So yeah, that part is contingent, but our topic is existence, not change. You should understand that part.
Yeah. So the question is the final question: can the necessary existence be unlimited? Do you agree with this question?
And necessary existence be
Limited. Can it be limited?
limited. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, you want to ask where?
Yeah. So I want to join with a different account because this one is unverified. I want to join with a different verified account.
Okay, you can join
Alright.
like the one that I blocked you, and I will unblock you. Okay,
Yeah, exactly. Just a second.
and don't bother yourself.
Okay, just a second. My laptop is lagging right now.
Nice conversation. I
Oh.
enjoyed.
Really? Okay, good.
I didn't get even a single word. Like I discussed these things, but I don't go into technicalities so much. So that's all.
Oh, you didn't get any word, but you still enjoy?
And I could understand what's going on, like what he's
Okay.
trying to say and what you're trying to say. But if you would ask me to repeat those same things, it would be impossible. But I don't know what inconjections are. So I'm very poor in English.
Okay.
Those things don't come very naturally.
Okay. By the way, this is the conclusion here. It says that it depends on how we define necessity.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, so
whether
going to
these
ask you-
differences implies composition or contingency, whether we accept entities like abstract objects as necessarily existing, if by necessary being we mean an absolutely independent. So like you see, like this is saying that the thing that I said to you, you want to define necessary existence just to fit in your belief. Like you want to show your God, you have a belief, you believe that this God is unlimited, okay, and necessarily existing, and you're saying that if there is some necessary beings, they must be like that. And you're saying, wait a second, many they contradict each other. They contradict each other because of your definition of necessary existence or necessary being. Again, it's a definition problem.
Is the definition of the necessary existence is abstract, or is it based on logic?
I think it's abstract.
So when we say the necessary existence is independent, is that abstract or based on logic?
It's based on how you define necessary existence. I think now it depends on logic.
Okay, so at least we have one essence. It's based on logic. So I'm making the claim the rest of the essence also is based on logic. And the logic behind the necessary existence cannot be changed, because change implies potentiality, and the cause of that change must come from outside of that. And when you explain the necessary existence of something outside of it, you like go back to the infinite regression law. Yeah, you have to explain that something caused by what and so on. So
No,
yeah,
no,
this
no,
was
no, 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 no. Again, man, again, look, you're clearly confusing two topics. And how many times should I repeat? Like, again, like, this is the reason I think I blocked you, because it becomes annoying when you don't see what you're talking about exactly, or you don't see what people are pointing at you. Necessary existence and change are not the same topics. Change is another concept, okay? And
Gotcha.
change can depend on other things, can be contingent. I accept that. I don't have any problem with it, but that's what you are trying to tell me. Hey, wait a second. If they can change, that means this is contingent. Yes, but the change is contingent, not the existence of those things. Whatever they are, their existence is not contingent upon anything. Only the change is contingent.
Perfect. So now the disagreement, let me rephrase the disagreement and tell me if that's exactly the disagreement. I'm saying if it can change, it is contingent. And you are saying if it can change, the change only is contingent, but the necessary existence is necessary.
If they're changing, only the change part is contingent, not their existence. Yes.
Okay, so my question, can you rephrase or write down this question, or you want me to write it? So
you can write
ask AI. Okay. I'm
yeah,
going
but
to ask Chad.
yeah, hi man, I already did. I already asked. That's the conclusion. Okay, it says that it's how you define necessary existence, and it shows well what I mean, what I told you. And people tend to define necessary existence the way that you define because of their belief. That's what summarizes here in ChatGPT.
And I said that definition is not abstract; it is based on logic. Like that, when we define the
Definition is
necessary
not
existence,
abstract. No, it is abstract. Like you are just creating a concept in your mind. That part is abstract. When I said logic, other statements just based on that statement. I mean, you can start, applying logic.
Which essence is abstract to me? The independent?
Like something exists necessarily is the abstract part.
Yeah, like you said, we are going to accept that for the sake of the argument, right? We are going to accept this necessary existence. What's the point of the disagreement if it is one or two, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. And your argument is that it can't be two, and still there's no good answer for that. Why it cannot be two? And your only answer is because they would change. But okay, change doesn't affect their necessarily existing property. It doesn't affect that. They were still existing necessarily.
Yeah. So I just want to have like an agreement with you, at least on the independent. You think independent is not abstract definition for the necessary existence? It's based on logic, right?
I didn't say that.
Independent.
Being
so
independent, like independent exists. This is also abstract. I didn't say that it's logical. As I said many times so far, I accept this for the sake of argument. I don't know what is the case.
So yeah, you're moving us back, philosopher, to
if well, you're doing that.
Can be valid or not.
It's like we don't need to go there. As I said, I can accept that there can be necessary existence.
But
we don't have to go back.
But you're saying defining the necessary existence as independent is also abstract.
So what? It's already an abstract concept. So what?
No, it is not, because
and by the way, say yeah, like their existence don't depend on something. That's how you define necessary existence. That's the definition of necessary existence. Like their existence doesn't depend on anything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we define something. We define a concept here. Okay, we can proceed from from this definition, right? And necessary
Mhm.
existence, something which, its existence doesn't depend on any other thing. Do
Okay,
you
so
accept this definition?
yeah, I accept it.
I
Do
also
you think
accept this definition. Okay, this is the common ground that we, agree.
do you accept it as abstract definition or logical definition?
It's an abstract definition.
So let me explain why it is not. Because if it is dependent, that will lead you to infinite regression, and that will lead us to discussion about if infinite
I
regression
don't
is
want to.
valid.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because we already accept that. Yeah, it's independent. Its existence is independent.
But
So
philosopher, that will make you every essence I'm going to bring, and I want to explain it logically, like uncaused, unchanged. You're going to say just that is abstract, and I'm not
yeah,
going to listen to your
yeah,
explanation.
it is abstract because you create a concept. No, you don't create a concept. You buy a concept of God. It is God. You don't see that. You don't want to see that. You bought that concept. You just want to try to fit the definition of necessary existence, like that. You want to match those things. That's what you're trying to do. That's all. You want to prove your God. That's why you want to define necessary existence the way that it fits the definition of your God. And then that's very biased. And again, like you should check the conclusion coming from ChatGPT. Okay, it's clearly saying that it depends on how you define necessary existence, right? So you want to define necessary existence in your way, which will prove your God.
Okay, so I'm trying to be sincere philosopher, okay? And I'm trying to talk about the foundation, which is infinite regression. Like, I don't know why you don't want to talk about that.
Because it's unnecessary, because I can accept that maybe there are necessary things that are existing out there. I'm saying that even maybe this universe is necessarily existing, okay? That's why I don't need to, try to argue about infinite regress. It's useless, okay? Because you already don't accept that, and I'm okay with that. And I don't care why you don't accept. I don't care.
Okay. Why I'm saying it is important to talk about the infinite regression.
I'm not gonna talk. Bye-bye. It's not so fucking hard to understand. I don't want to talk about it. And I explained why. It's unnecessary to talk about it. If you disprove fucking infinite regress, it doesn't prove your God. It doesn't prove that there must be only one necessary existence. That's why it's unnecessary. Am I clear? Your ability to prove infinite regress doesn't prove there is only one necessary existence. It doesn't prove that there can't be many necessary existence. It doesn't, okay? No, I'm an atheist. Okay. Neither science nor the theistic view has a solution to hard solipsism. Yeah. Sharpshooter fallacy. Oh, yeah, I can agree on that. Yeah, like he starts with his imagination of God or definition of God, and he just want to put that definition on, the so-called definition of necessary existence. Like he's just matching them. Yeah, because you're not here. So, and again, man, stop talking about fucking regression. It's really annoying. As I said many times, you can be really good at disproving that. I don't give a shit about that. Why? I explained many times, which you don't understand, which probably you don't listen, or whatever you're doing. It doesn't prove that God is only one necessary existence. It doesn't prove that there is only one necessary existence. Okay? It doesn't prove that the universe is not the necessary existence. It doesn't. It doesn't, okay? That's why it's useless to waste time about infinite regression. It's useless because your only aim is to prove that your God is the only necessary existence. And I explained to you, disproving infinite regression doesn't prove your belief. Simple. in a short sentence, why necessary existence can't be limited? Because limited existence depends on something else to define its boundaries, on something else to define. That doesn't make any sense. Like sure, like to be able to define something, you need to, you know, like if you're talking about limitations, like explaining, oh, this is limited. Sure, you depend on other properties to explain that, but it doesn't mean like it depend. I mean, the existence of that thing depends on other things. Just definition is depending here, okay? And seemingly AI doesn't get that. Yeah, necessary existence depends on nothing. Yeah, it doesn't. Maybe defining that may depend. It depend on language, man. You can't define anything without language. And if you wanna say define necessary existence, yeah, that it depends, because you need to use a language. You don't understand that part also. Oh fuck, man, fuck! I will block you again. You keep talking about necessary existence.
But you said earlier when I joined, after I joined,
Yeah.
you said that you agreed on him with necessary existence.
Yeah, there might be a necessary existence, and my question was, why not many necessary existence?
So we have 6 people in this room. So if everybody talked, there would be like maybe symphony, maybe concert, maybe fight, maybe rambling.
Okay.
There would be a lot of things. Those are the regressed existence. But if one person speaks, a person speaks, then you listen to me. Everybody can listen to me. And when you speak, I can listen to you. So that doesn't prove anything. Okay.
I do get your
I don't,
point, man.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about?
No, I know what I am talking about. What I don't
said-
know is which I cannot prove to you there is only one necessary existence.
Oh, yeah, that's what I claim also. And the guy was trying to do that, but he
You
failed
don't need
a lot
to
of times.
claim that. That's the logical thing. We need to prove or disprove that. That's the next step.
Yeah, and if you claim such a thing, then you should prove that. And he was claiming and he couldn't prove that.
I cannot right now. I cannot claim that, but I don't know if we can prove that there is only a necessary existence. Then how do you explain all of this life? Oh my god. Okay. Let's talk 5 years later, philosopher. Okay.
If you find me, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. You have a YouTube channel. Maybe I'll
Yeah,
find you.
well, maybe I won't
Okay.
exist 5 years later. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a probability. That's a probability. Try to exist, okay?
Right. Okay, I will try.
Take care. Let's bye.
Take care. Rookie. You said you're who?
Yeah, hello Phil. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Phil, it's me, Ishraq. Oh, okay. I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
Yeah.
You're having argument with Mubayi about what?
About necessary existence. And this is the
okay.
second round. This was the second round.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
It was boring
You think he will
again.
come back third
Wi-
time? Just ask
With
him.
another account. If he keeps like that, he will have another blocked account by me. He doesn't see that. That's so annoying. Like, he has this belief a God exists, without depending on anything, and also unlimited. Okay, I got that. But you can't see everything from that frame, right? Or you can't explain everything from that frame. You can't define everything with the same frame. If you say that something is existing necessarily, okay, that doesn't mean it's unlimited. It doesn't mean it must be limited also. We don't know. The only thing that you can say through the definition, if there is such a thing, okay, if it exists necessarily, that's okay. You should stop there. You must stop there, because that's the only thing that you can say about that concept. If it's there is such a thing, necessary existence. There are two words, right? Necessary existence. So that means it exists necessarily. That's all. If you say, "Oh, wait a second, if something is necessarily existing, blah 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 blah," you don't know. You don't know those things. You can make up those things only. But just because you make up those things also, again, that doesn't mean all of them are true. Like it doesn't even mean like there is a necessary existence. We just accept it also for the sake of argument. Okay. Great question. What was the question? Is there a single philosopher who said that necessary can be limited? Great question. As far as mainstream classical and modern philosophy goes, no major philosopher has argued that a truly necessary existence can be limited. In essence, here's why. Okay. Those old guys, if something is necessary in itself, and by the way, like many of them are Muslims here, and one has a different kind of concept of God, and one of them I think is Christian, maybe two of them. So that's the thing, that what I said, that they want to explain those things from their beliefs, and that creates a lot of biases, which probably AI also doesn't see that. If something's necessary in itself, it must be unlimited. There's no such a rule. They create a rule here. It must be unlimited. Okay, because limitations imply contingency. Okay, what kind of contingency? Because yes, it might create some contingency, but it doesn't have to be for the existence. They don't see that. Having boundaries, limitations, okay, so something can be limited by their essence, okay? They can't do what other things can do, okay, so what? That doesn't mean they don't exist necessarily. That doesn't mean. Very simple. Some atheist philosophers like Mackey or Graham Oppie might challenge the concept, like me. I'm also challenging. They should add my name also, but not claim if such a it could be limited. So far, no major philosopher advanced the idea of limited necessary existence because it's logically contradictory. Why? It's contradictory. I don't understand. To be limited means to have boundary, and boundary implies an external cause, but a necessary being has no cause. Yeah, again, like it comes to, it boils down to how you define necessary existence, which I disagree. Because when you say a necessary being has no cause for its existence. If it exists without any other cause, that means it necessarily exists. And other things which come later on, they're not anything to talk about. Because if you can prove that it necessarily exists, then you solve the problem. You prove that it necessarily exists. Either like they have some contingencies because of other things, or if you think that they have boundaries, limitations, no problem. It doesn't mean like they're related to their existence. It's false. Anyway,
Phil, let's have a debate here. Unblock him. He's not going to talk about any infinite regression or anything about it.
he's talking to you right now.
Mm,
He's talking to you.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, he's talking to me.
he said, I'm not going to talk about infinite regression.
So it's third time.
No, man, no. It's really boring because every time we do that, we're just repeating the same things again and again.
But there won't be anything happening right now because there any debater against you. Well, I'm
Oh,
against you, but I'm no
you're against
debater.
me? Why not, man? We can discuss about the same topic if you want.
No, I'm not expert in any of these. I used to
And
debate, but
that person is not also expert. So, but we
I used to
discussed.
debate you, but I get muted so often, so I'm just like tired. I'm not gonna debate you anymore. I just come here to listen to your opinions and people opinions.
But you heard my opinion, man. I'm not gonna say something new. If I bring that person here, I'm not gonna say something new, and he won't say something new also. So what's the fruit here? It's not fruitful.
If he says he will say something new, will you bring him?
But if he proves that he didn't say anything new, what should we do? Are you gonna pay me for wasting my time, Ishraq?
No, I
No, you
can't. I
see.
don't.
Yeah, he proved that he doesn't have something new because again, this was the second round. He didn't say anything new. He just repeated the same things. I did the same, okay? Because my answers didn't change. I gave the same replies also. And I'm promising you that most likely there won't be anything new.
Okay.
Yeah, scam chan. That's also what I think. Too boring.
Do you agree politics should be involved into religion, or is it involved?
I think it's in mold, yeah. Okay, let me check the time. Okay, there is enough time to create another room. Okay, guys, I'll be in the new room. Okay, he left. I'll be in the new room.
Yes, I'll come back and join you there.
Okay, see you there. Ba-bum. Okay.
Hello.
Oh,
Hello. Yeah, who is your day?
sorry, come again.
Where are you from?
I'm from heaven.
Yeah, are you live on YouTube now? Fit Brothers, you
Yes,
please.
I am.
Okay, topics. God, atheism, agnosticism, morality, forgiveness, or existence of religions, the purpose of life. Okay, so you can start.
Oh, the question on the main page is, are you a theist or an atheist? So this is how I started already. Do you want to answer that question?
What question?
Are you a theist or an atheist?
I'm actually agnostic.
Okay, agnostic, but do you believe a God exists or not?
Hmm?
Do you believe a God exists or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm agnostic.
Okay, that's
There
what
will
I'm
be
asking
there,
also. Do you believe a God exists or not?
no, that's not depends on me. If there will be or not, not will just like that.
It doesn't have to depend
That is
on
not
like it.
just like,
You can
not
believe
very. Hmm?
Either you believe or you don't believe a God exists. There are no other options. Agnosticism is not the
That's
third
why I was
option
saying.
here, okay?
Yeah, that's the definition of agnosticism.
It's what?
Agnosticism.
Man, like finish a sentence. Make a sentence. Okay, he left. Okay. Yeah, when I said agnosticism is not the third option, why do I say that? Because either you believe a God exists or you don't believe a God exists. If you believe a God exists, you're a believer. If you don't believe a God exists, you're an atheist. And agnosticism is about not knowing God exists or not, or claiming that we can't know God exists or not. And those are not obstacles for believing or not believing. Let's suppose you don't know God exists or not. You can still choose to believe that God exists, or you can still say, yeah, wait, I don't believe a God exists. That's why I said it's not a third option. Okay, we have more people. Let's see. They want to engage with the question first. The question is, are you a believer or a non-believer? We have a lot of microphones right now. Can someone make divine hiddenness make sense? Where the fuck is the link? What link? You could be more precise. Because there are two links related to this fucking room. One is the link for the video which is live right now for the stream, and other link is for my fucking channel. So, but you could ask it politely. Giving you my channel's link could be enough for you to find the live stream if you meant the live stream, because as I said, I don't know what you meant exactly. It could be either that or the other. And also, I also wanted to be annoying a little bit, like you were. That's why I didn't share it. Any of it. Eco shade. Okay. I don't think these people see the title.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Hello, philosopher. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Echo shade.
Yeah.
I have a
So you are
feeling.
here to discuss atheism?
No, there are also other topics if you didn't like atheism topic.
Yes, yes, yes. So what do you want to exactly discuss? Just what is your questions? What are the questions?
There was a question on the main page. Are you a theist or an atheist? That would be a good start.
I am a theist. I am a Muslim.
Oh, you're a Muslim. Okay, that's even more clear for me. So I don't have to ask which God you believe in. I know which God you believe in. So cool. So
Yes,
why do you believe?
I believe in one God.
Why do you believe in that religion or in that God? Let's say.
Why do I believe?
Yeah.
I believe because when I read about the life of the prophet, when I looked into the this kind of religion, into the it presents how people should live their lives, how what should they do, what they shouldn't do, and everything you need in this life, and
Everything.
also the morality, how you should deal with the people, how you in daily life, relationships, and everything. And this is actually makes sense, not like other religion, like in you find in the Bible. It's okay to kill children, to kill babies, to kill women, and there is not no such a thing in Islam. Islam is, a religion that always seeks to give people, to how shall I say it, to commend people to do the good things and how to deal with everything. It actually legislates in every angle, on every perspective, in everyday life.
It seems to me you just want to look at the good sides of your religion. Let me give you one example.
Mhm.
According to Islam, if someone leaves Islam, that person should be killed.
No, not
No,
actually.
not actually.
Where does it say that?
In
Where
Hadith.
does it say that? No, there is no such a thing.
You
No,
have
no,
never
no,
heard
no,
about
there is
this
not.
before?
That's I heard people saying this, but it's not in a. Can you give me a hadith where it is mentioned with the
I
context?
should search it. Okay, be patient.
Would you
I'll search it.
would you repeat your idea, Mr. Philosopher, about Islam?
What?
I didn't hear your argument about Islam, so would you please repeat it?
Let me find, and then you will understand what is that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You can search it by yourself also.
Hey, have you found the what you have told me about the hadith or?
Yeah, I found it. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Yeah, check it in the chat box.
Is this in the chat box?
And for the other person who was asking the question, we are, at least I was claiming that. Hey, wait a second. You're just looking at the good sides of your religion. Your religion is killing people who don't believe in God or who left Islam. And that's not cool. That was my claim, and he asked me evidence, and now I'm showing the evidence.
May I ask you about something?
Yeah, go on.
Why are you asking about God?
Why am I asking about God? Because I like to question about God. And liking something is enough reason to do something.
I don't understand why, because the world has another interesting topics.
There are other interesting topics?
Yes.
Okay, like Free for Talk is a platform where you can create a lot of rooms. If you want to talk about something else, create a room, put your title, and wait for the people who also like those topics. I hope you follow my suggestion. If you don't, I will help forcefully. Because it's so fucking weird, like to join a room and say that, hey, you know what, there are other topics, why you're not talking about other topics. Go fuck yourself. Create your room and speak about what you want to speak. You want to change the topics here? You can't. I want to talk about these topics. That's why I created these topics. It's weird. Weird. So weird. Avitoria. Wow, what a name. If there is an afterlife and is there a God are the most important questions ever asked by men. Okay. Muhammad. Getting stressed out about what comes after you are dead is a diabolical way to live. Okay. No, there isn't. I don't understand what it refers to, but if there is an afterlife and is there a God are the most important questions ever asked by man. I think the importance is relative. For some people, it's not important. For many people, it's very important. Asma,
Yes. How are you?
what's your age?
I'm 32 years old.
32.
32.
Okay.
I'm new at platform.
Okay.
Where are you from?
Okay. Maybe you can understand what I'm saying. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. If you're new to this website, you should know that you should check the language first before you join a room. And at the same time, you should check the level of that language so that maybe it might be not welcomed in that room by the creator of the room, because people set levels so that they can engage with the people that they desire to talk with. And second of all, you should check the topic if there's a topic. And after you decide, oh, okay, yeah, the topic is good, and yeah, this is my level, and this is the language that I want to talk here. After you join, you may see a welcome message. Maybe you should read that message also, because sometimes it might be important. For example, in my welcome message, it says live on YouTube now. This is important for many people here. Some people, they don't want to be on YouTube, they don't want to be recorded. So, yeah, it's relative. Maybe it's not important for you, but it's important for other people. Anyway, there can be any important message here for you, hypothetically. So you should check all these and then maybe you can decide again. Why am I here? Okay. I think I'm going to recreate.
Yes, yes, it always helps.
Yeah. Not always. It didn't help
but
this time.
like this, we did get many people, but like we couldn't engage in any conversation.
Yeah,
Please
maybe
do it.
because YouTube, maybe because something else, maybe the topics. I don't know.
Maybe.
Just try again. Jumping into the new room. The new room. Bum, bum. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay. Mhm, 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 mhm. Da, 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 da.
Why are you scared of debating me? Let's make a debate right here, right now.
Who
You
the hell
versus
are
me.
you,
or
man?
Islam. I'm just a random guy.
You just said why you were scared of me?
Do you want to debate about Islam?
No. Like, did you say why you were scared of me?
Do you want to debate about Islam? Yes or no?
If you don't answer my fucking questions, why should I answer your
No.
questions?
Calm your
Yes.
ass down and let's debate about
No,
Islam.
no. Don't be an asshole.
Why are you
So that
scared? Why are you so
I'm not
scared?
fucking scared. I'm just annoyed by you.
How are you annoyed? I'm just asking for a
I'm
debate.
asking for a question. You're not answering, and you force me to answer your fucking questions.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna.
Let's go. If you're a man, let's do a debate.
If I am a man, no, I'm not a man. Okay, I'm
You're
a
what, a
girl.
lesbian?
Yeah,
You're a
I'm a
girl,
lesbian. Yeah. Okay,
You're a bitch.
you made your point. Bye bye. Take care. That's not how you start if you want to debate someone. Okay. And what makes they don't want to debate, by the way. They just want to do this. They want to annoy you. They want to irritate you. That's all. That's what they want. And I don't want to waste my time. You can call me coward. You can call me anything. Oops, wait. We have done this. I should do this. Okay. Nice. Oh, wait, I can't read that. Oh, Optimus Prime. I don't see the picture. It doesn't seem like an Optimus Prime, but anyway. MD. All Islam. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Matt.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
How are
I
you guys doing?
can be better if there's no background noise.
I'm so sorry. I'm in office right now. That's why they have so background noise.
I don't hear what you're saying clearly. So if you're
I said,
hearing me clearly,
okay, I said I'm in office right now. That's why they have so many background noise.
okay, do you think that will be a healthy conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you think that old people will accept that you're trying to talk?
So, philosopher, do you believe life after death?
I don't believe life after that.
Okay. So you means you didn't believe in reincarnation types of things.
I don't believe in that too. That's also afterlife, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
So
believe.
what's God? What's about thought? Your thought about God?
Again?
What's your thought about God?
I don't believe in God also.
Also, okay.
Oh, you're atheist.
So you are atheist.
Yes, you can call me atheist, yeah.
Okay.
And what's according to you, in your definition, what's morality is? Actually, what morality is in your opinion?
Morality is about deciding what is right, what is wrong. That's all.
And it's you deciding or your mind deciding?
Like not
Like if
me,
you
me
heard about,
myself, but mostly it has been decided by many people in the past, even right now. Like it's something like evolution for me. Like those things may change, not maybe
so
everything.
you say that it's a social types of thing that create a like virtue that
Something like that, yeah.
means yeah. Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Means it's your society that decide the morality, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So if there's no society, means everything you are doing is right.
If there is no society, like again, you can like if you are not in a society, you can decide your rights or wrongs. You can decide it. Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the purpose of life, according to you.
According to me, it's the same like God. I don't believe that there is the purpose of life, but at the same time, I don't know whether there is the purpose of life or not.
Means you say that they are to enjoy and
Again,
buried in the ground, right?
you should repeat that.
According to you, there's no purpose of life, right?
I didn't say there is no. I don't believe that there is the purpose of life. That
So
doesn't mean there is no purpose of life. Maybe there is.
you don't believe.
I don't believe. Yeah.
So according to you, what's your purpose of life? You
I
are
have a
just
lot of
living. Why
purposes.
are you living?
I have a lot of purposes. Okay, and there's no need to mention about my purposes. It's unnecessary because all people have different kind of purposes, right?
Okay.
Mm. Yeah, and it's really useless. But yeah, one of my purposes, if it will help you to understand, to enjoy the life is one of my purposes.
Means blessedness, happiness, like things.
Happiness, yeah. Wait for me. Okay, I will wait for you. Huh? Okay, this didn't work also. Okay.
Pardon?
This room didn't work also, unfortunately.
I think this this time duration, people are leaving their offices.
Sorry, bro. Did you read ever like Western philosophy?
What's your point?
Aristotle, Descartes, Plato.
I know about them, but like, I'm not an expert.
Okay.
Is there any reason behind the question?
Yeah, definitely. But if you don't know about them, it's difficult to understand.
Difficult to understand what?
What I tell regarding that.
You can try and you can understand whether I understand or not.
I think it's tough, bro.
It's what?
Hey, it's tough.
It's tough.
To make you understand if you don't know him or them.
Okay, but yeah, if you don't have the conversation, how can you understand whether I know or not?
And what you mentioned, atheist, agnosticism. Agnostic means I think in between that means they don't accept God and they don't reject God, like that.
I mean, partially. I mean, I can't say. When you say they don't accept, what do you mean?
Means they are between atheist and theist.
No, no. Not like that.
No.
There's no between when it comes to theism and
Means
atheism.
they neither reject God not accept him. Like that.
Yeah. No, I can't say that.
So what?
Okay, agnosticism is about not knowing or claiming to not know the existence of God. Okay, it's not about belief in God.
Okay,
So
it's
if
not
you're an
about belief.
agnostic, you can be a believer or you can be an atheist. And
That's
by the way, there's no any other option. By the way, either you believe a God exists or you don't believe a God exists, and you can be an agnostic at the same time. Doesn't matter you believe or you don't believe.
Okay.
Okay, you didn't like it. Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell it in the other rooms. Okay, take your time. Are you speaking through your laptop?
Yes,
You're using the microphones on your laptop?
I'm using a Bluetooth headset.
Bluetooth headset.
Yes, so it's an
Okay.
earphone with
Okay,
connected wired.
here is something for you. Your audio is not that much clear, okay? I mean, sometimes I'm struggling. I'm trying so hard to understand what you're saying because of the audio. And here's the thing. I can be wrong about that. Like maybe my ears. It's about my ears. You can check the last video on my channel to just test how you sound, okay?
Great idea.
Yeah, and you
Because
can understand like
I used to always play your video on YouTube in the next tab, but I used to keep it on mute so that you get the views and I don't have to listen to my voice again.
at
But I'll do that.
least once you should try because you're talking here and people should understand what you're saying. And they might not understand all the time because of the audio.
I'll surely check.
Okay, thanks for the consideration.
Thank you so much.
Oh, what else? Well, maybe you have some points, man. Like, since we will not be able to find people, I think.
Yes, I have, but generally I'm not very rigid. So my idea is like I have certain points I can explain to you. You may agree, you may disagree. Like it doesn't really affect me. But yes, we do. I do believe in afterlife. I do believe in soul and existence of religion and purpose of life. Just for the sake, like both of us can have different understanding of religion. So when you say existence of religion, so what religion you are talking about?
Talking about all religions.
Give me an example.
Don't you think that they make the same claims? For example, you said that I believe there's an afterlife, right?
Yes.
And I don't think you are a Muslim.
Yes, I'm not a Muslim.
Muslims also believe that there's an afterlife. They go to a place after they die. Christians believe in the same concept, or Jewish people believe in the same concept. So do you think that this is really different than your religion?
Yes, it's different. It's different in the sense it is perceived. See, for understanding afterlife, one must, according to me, one must believe in soul, because this body is going to die. We know this body decays and it's burned and decomposed. So this body is going nowhere. We must understand this. So if one talks about afterlife, there has to be an entity different from this body, isn't it?
Yeah, but you see now one of your belief depends on another belief that you're supposed to prove.
Yes.
If there is soul that is apart from the body, Yeah, that technically means that's an afterlife, even if it's on the same place. For example, on Earth. Let's suppose you have a soul, you died, your soul and your body has been separated, but you're still here with other souls. I can
Yes,
call it also
it's
afterlife.
possible. That's also afterlife. Afterlife doesn't necessarily means on other planet or in heaven.
Or
It can be
be
here.
coming back as an animal or another human.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So we agree. We agree so
You can
far.
get both.
So we don't need to discuss about afterlife, okay? Because this concept depends on one another belief, which is soul. If soul isn't real, then the afterlife concept, it doesn't necessarily collapses, okay? It doesn't necessarily collapses, but the way that people believe in the afterlife, the majority of the religions, that collapses because it depends on the soul.
Yes, yes. I
For
agree.
what I'm saying, and maybe I should be more clear for other people. Let's suppose aliens created us, okay? They came from another planet, they created us. We died, but they had the technology to make our atoms come back together or to resurrect us, okay? And we don't need a soul for that. Like if we don't have a soul, and if they have this advanced technology, and if they're able to resurrect us, and if they put us in a different planet, I can call it also afterlife. It's just another life, and an afterlife means after we die. So technically, we died, and yeah. Anyway, so it's a concept without soul. So just because soul doesn't exist, that doesn't mean there's no afterlife. That's what I'm trying to say. But major religions, their concept mostly depends on maybe not Islam. Maybe I was unfair because soul concept is ambiguous in Islam because there are verses in the Quran says that all your body will be collected back, so it will be put in hell or heaven. So that sounds like my alien example. But anyway, at least the ones who believe in soul and afterlife, we need to prove first the soul, whether it exists or not.
Yes. And in order to prove soul or afterlife, we come to a stage where a person dies. So we have to understand what is this death actually, or we can discuss a point like what is the difference between a dead body and a living body. Like that's how I
Okay.
proceed.
Oh, okay, we can discuss. But here's the question: why do you believe soul exists?
Very true. Because I definitely see a difference between a living thing and a dead thing, no? Or something which is
Okay.
material,
But
which doesn't have consciousness.
okay, you
Animate
said
and inanimate
consciousness.
objects. I'm retracting it. I'm not using the word right. Between inanimate objects and animate objects, see a difference. So, in order to understand what is the difference, it boils down to having an entity which a life-giving force. No, that is what we understand as soul. Like
Life-giving
difference between
force.
an
No,
animate and inanimate objects. Like
exactly, exactly. But like there's a huge problem there. You're not able to explain how our biology works. You're not able to do that, and you're saying, "Oh, wait, there must be something external that we do not understand." And you're saying that thing is separate, okay? And you are trying to formalize into your belief. What if you just don't understand how biology works?
yeah, maybe I can't, but the scientists or the biologists or the professionals, if they could explain the same thing, like they have similar composition,
Uh-huh.
everything same, but
Yeah.
if if that process can be reversed, I would give up everything what I'm saying.
You don't need to
For example,
reverse a process to explain something, or if they're not able to do that, which you require, that doesn't mean soul exists. So it's an
that's
unnecessary
the
request.
possibility. I'm not telling that soul exists. I'm giving you the idea. Why do I believe that soul or that living force exists? Like,
Yeah, but yeah, that's the main discussion right now, right? So I'm telling you that like there's no good reason to think that there is a soul. And why I said that, because you create this belief out of some lack of information. You, as I said, you don't know how it works, and then you create a concept of soul, and it might be just an imagination, a false concept.
yes, it might be.
Oh, okay.
But we know that life exists, and when I say life exists, both of us understand like what are the traits of a living body or a living entity.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
So if I say cars exist, you also understand the cars, right?
yes, I understand the
Okay.
cars
Let's
exist.
suppose. Let me give you an example then. Like a working car stops working.
Yes.
What is the reason? Like if someone says, "Oh, you know why it stopped existing? Because there is car souls, and the car soul left the car. That's why the car stopped working." Would that make sense to you?
No, because a car which is not working can be mended and we can make it working. But when a person dies, you have all the equipments. Say, for example, you have all the
Okay.
internal, external organs. You cannot put it back and make that person move again.
Okay. Okay. That only shows that you were not able to repair the body. It doesn't mean there was something else in the body and it left. That doesn't mean, right? That only means you
That
can't
doesn't.
repair the body.
Yes.
Okay, like let's go back to car example. So you said, yeah, no, it doesn't necessarily means there's a car soul left the body. But well, why it stopped working? Because something got broken, right? And it stopped
It's a
working. So it
nice.
doesn't mean there was a soul in the car. Why not? It's not the same case. Something got broken in our biology, or an organ stopped working. That's why the whole body stopped working. So if engine stops, the car doesn't move, right? The tires don't move. Or another important component of car stops working, then the car stops working also. Like the body stops working, the whole body, because everything is interconnected, right?
Yes, it can
Okay.
happen. Like some
So
part of
like
the body
you
is
were
not
talking about,
working.
like you were talking about animation, right? Like animated bodies. So a car is also an animation, right? It moves. So when it doesn't move, we can assume that either the fuel ran out, right? Or something got broken in the car. So we know we made the cars, that's why we can easily repair them. That's
Very
why
true.
we can easily repair them. So, and we can look at the body. Okay, the body is way more complex than a car, and we didn't create these bodies. Okay, we just study on them. We still learn a lot of things about the body. And when the body stops working entirely, it's not illogical to assume that something got broken. And we know that like organs stop working and then people die, right? And there are many other cases to die also. But anyway, yeah, something stops working and stops, that the body stops animating. And there's no any way, any reason to implement something unknown here to solve the problem.
Very true. I agree. Like there are one or two points I'd like to address.
Oh,
When
I'm
it comes
hearing.
to cars, animate and inanimate means living and non-living. So basically, there is difference between living and non-living. Two cars cannot come together and produce a baby car or a motorbike. It doesn't work that way. Origin of car we know. Origin of car is matter. Matter means elements we understand, material, non-living things. We know
Okay.
the composition. like we can manufacture a car from, what do you say, metal, rubber tire, leather seats, etc., etc. So we know the composition and everything. We know that a human body is made up of skin, organs, and stuff, and we have all those things available. But using that, we cannot create life. Like life cannot be created from matter. The point is, there are two kinds of things.
Cannot be
One,
created from matter?
yes, matter.
But we are made of matter, man.
Yes, the dead body is also made up of matter.
Yeah, the living body is also made of matter.
But can you create a living body with the help of a dead body?
I can't do that, but like we explained that, right? I just explained that.
Yes,
So
I
we
understand.
are able to
But
repair a car because car is not a complex thing, and plus, the more important is we created the cars. We are the makers of the cars. That's why it's so easy for us to repair or recreate a car. But since we didn't create these bodies, since we don't have very deep knowledge about human body, we have knowledge about a human body, but not as deep as other things that we created. So suggesting that we can't make a human body out of the existing material doesn't suggest any other thing. It means, yeah, we can't do it right now. That's all. It doesn't mean there's something else here that we don't know. I mean, when I say we don't know, sure, we don't know a lot of things, but it doesn't mean there is a soul.
yes, obviously. But like there can be a possibility when we try to understand things. Like this is how we do generally.
Yeah, no,
Like
this
we
is
try
not
to
how we do generally. Sorry, the science doesn't work like that. We don't assume unknown things and we try to explain always with the unknown things. So we can assume, okay, we can put it into test and we can say, wait a second. I mean, that thing is not necessary, so we can get rid of that thing. And again, every time we solve a problem in science, the answer was natural, not unnatural, not supernatural. So that also gives us the idea, wait a second, even if there's something that we can't explain here about human life, that doesn't mean the explanation will be unnatural, because so far we couldn't explain anything with something supernatural. Always when we struggle and we couldn't find the answer, and then we found the answer was natural. So why we should start with those concepts, those assumptions, those things that we don't have evidence? Like, well, at least science doesn't work like that.
okay, like scientifically, if we want to study origin of life, like is that a scientific topic? Like from your perspective, if I want to know, like
It's a
from
scientific topic.
I know, huh? Pardon?
Yeah, it's a scientific topic. There are many theories how life started.
Yes, true.
Many
There are many
theories.
theories, and we know that life continues. We can make babies, like we can create life, but then again, that life is coming from life, meaning two living organisms, they come together, and then they create life. So if you want to trace back, like what was the first time or when life started, so if we try to understand like in that manner, we might come to a point, like we might come to a point from to a point that life was created from matter or something else.
For
So
sure, you
if
can
life was
say,
created from matter,
yeah.
if
If
life is created from matter, it's okay, fine. Like once life was created from matter, and then now we cannot create life from matter, we can create life from life only. Or
man,
in case,
we. Like that's really important. Like, man, you keep repeating, but I think you don't understand the like how a logical way of reasoning. So we can't create something right now. It doesn't mean anything. That's valueless sentence. Like, and you keep repeating that.
okay,
That
I get
sentence
it.
only
I won't
means
do that.
what it means. We can't create right now. That's all. And that doesn't help in any of our conversation here. For example, we cannot like teleport ourselves right now instantly. You know Star Trek, the movie?
No.
You don't know Star Trek?
Star Trek. Yes, yes. Sorry, sorry. Yes.
So, you know they have teleportation technology.
Mhm.
So we can't do it right now. So what does that mean? That only means we can't do it right now. That's all. And you're saying that we cannot create a human body using the existing material. We can't create humans in the lab. Okay, and so what?
No, no, no. I'm telling you. See, I would live for next 10 or 20 years or 30 years, so to say, or whatever understanding I have developed. I have developed all my understanding by reading or understanding the previous theories or whatever is there. Isn't it or not? Or whatever
And
you know it from the content which was available before you or at present.
well, okay.
So
Yeah,
am
sure.
I wrong if I am like basing or if I'm putting the foundation of my understanding on the things that have already been proved or at present things are working on which it's working? It may be proved in future.
Like not necessarily proven everything. Like we believe in many things, like where we don't know that they're even proven. So
So the idea is I speak on the basis of what are the things I have seen previously or till date.
I,
So am I wrong
we're
in
trying to reason here, and yes, you look at and humans couldn't create human bodies in laboratories. Yes, that's what you learned. But why you are saying that? Because like it doesn't help anything right now. Like we are discussing about soul, and you're saying, you know what? We couldn't create humans in the labs. Okay, but so what? I mean, what does that mean? I mean, to me, it only means yes, we couldn't create humans in the labs. That's all. That doesn't mean we have been created by someone else. That doesn't mean we will never be able to create humans in the labs. That doesn't mean soul exists. That doesn't mean aliens created. That doesn't mean anything further than saying that we couldn't. That's the only case.
The idea is like if I want to know about origin of life and from my experience till date, I know that life comes from life. Life is
Life
created
comes
from
from
living entities.
life, and you should also know that those studies also show that they're stuck. That they can't explain how the first life or first cells they started to exist. They're still searching about it. They don't have a solid theory. There are many theories about that. But when you
So
look at
you take,
life,
very seriously.
when you look at the first single lives, okay, at the beginning, those things are made of the material that exists in the universe, and those stuff is not life, okay, but the life is made of those non-living things. That's all we can observe. Look at your body. Everything we observe on your body, those atoms, they already exist in this universe. What are the components, okay? So
So
amino acids, or those.
they may have existed always. Like they may have existed, but and they all those components they exist in nature now also. So how
Okay.
come?
Okay, that's the problem. So we don't know how they existed in the nature because nature was not always like this. You can't say that this planet have the same conditions the way that it is right now in the past, and we know that it was not like that. Okay, but we are not sure how in under which circumstances life appeared. Maybe it didn't even appear here on Earth. Maybe life came through some comets, some in some asteroid. We don't know that. So that's why there are many different theories. But you can't suggest that, look, everything that it exists for life, it still exists. Okay, but you can't say that in the same conditions because we don't know exactly what conditions are required for life to appear. We don't know that. Maybe in the universe, maybe life is appearing in somewhere else. Maybe that there's, the proper conditions in somewhere else, and we don't know that. But again, saying, oh, look, for example, If I let's suppose you don't know anything about, you know, let's say you don't know anything, okay? I'm trying to explain to you, hey, this is fire, okay? There's this grass, okay, and there's this heat, and I bring those two things, and there will be fire, okay? And you're saying, okay, show me. I'm saying, wait a second, I can't show it right now because it rained. It's raining right now outside, and the grass is so wet. I can't burn it. And you're saying, oh, okay. Therefore, it doesn't happen. Therefore, your claim is false. It does make sense, right? So for to be able to appear of anything, they need the proper conditions. For fire, you need the proper conditions. If you don't have proper conditions, there won't be fire. And it goes for everything, and it must go the same for the life also. If life doesn't have the proper conditions right now, that's why probably we don't see it's appearing right now also.
Okay, like that is what I am telling you. Like I'm not telling that since we cannot prove that origin of life or any solid concrete evidence, that's why the soul exists. I'm telling you.
That's why. But this is creating argument from ignorance. That's a logical mistake.
But what do we do in the case when we don't know?
We don't.
Suppose I don't know
We
origin
don't
of life.
create. Yeah, we don't create assumptions. Let's say, yeah. So suppose I don't know how gravity works. Okay. And you don't have to
Yes.
suppose I don't know how gravity works, like many other people, even scientists. So we don't know how exactly gravity works. Okay. If I suggest that, wait a second, I think there are two, unicorns. Okay. They fight with their magic. Okay. And the blast from their magic creates the gravity. Okay. Because they're so powerful, okay, and the energy that they have, they kind of push each other, okay. I'm making no sense right now for the records, but since I can't explain how gravity works, I can say, yeah, that must be the case. Do you think we need to do that, or do you think that this is logical to explain something like this?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, and that's why we shouldn't do such a thing when we are not able to explain something properly. How life appeared, how life started, still is a question. Okay, we don't know exactly, but at least we can look at the components of life. They exist. Okay, they're not magical things. It doesn't exist only in our body. It exists in the nature also. If that was the case, we could question, wait a second. We are made of these things, but we don't see where they come from. Then, yeah, that could be some other thing. But we observe, okay, these elements, they already exist in nature, okay, and we are made of those things. So the first cells, they have these things, and nature has those things. So they're just a combination of those things. Only thing, we don't know how they came together and start working. We don't know that part. But if you try to explain that with something else that we don't know, that may fail, like the way that I try to explain gravity. Some other people can say it's two gods fighting each other. One wants to create, the other wants to destroy, and that creates a force. That's how gravity existed. This is another belief, you see. I can create any belief when I don't know something. If you're free to have your imagination, I'm also free, and by the way, I'm good at imagining.
Yes, yes. So I'm telling you my understanding, or so to say, my imagination. Like, how do I come to a conclusion that might be wrong? Like it might be illogical also, unreasonable also. But I'm just trying to
It
explain
just
it to you that
doesn't follow because your imagination doesn't depend on anything. It just depends on your imagination.
see. But I'm telling, like we know life comes from life. I don't.
No, you can't say that life
Yeah.
comes from life. No,
Can
we
you
don't
say
know.
that no, it doesn't come from life?
I can't. I said I don't know. Like, how many times should I repeat? But we
And
can observe that. So for life, what makes life, all those things already exist, and they're not life. They're non-living things. So suggesting
yes,
that life came from something non-life, which is those elements, wouldn't be a bad claim. For example, where the car came from. The car is
it
made
came
of
from
the things that we know, plastic, metal, right?
yeah, metal and stuff.
Metal and plastic.
Metal and plastic.
Okay, we can easily observe that. Okay, if I say car came from, you know, this planet, and that we have plastic and metal in this planet, that wouldn't be wrong, right? And those elements, they don't move like a car, but when they come together, they move, right?
Wonderful, very good. Yes,
That's the difference. Like, that's how you define life. At least that's how you defined, because you were talking about inanimated objects. We can say, by the way, everything animates physically, okay? But when you're talking about animation, I think you meant, big objects. Sure, like planet is also a very big object. It also moves, it animates. But again, and like I think that was not something that
living
you
like
meant.
when we are in very preliminary classes, we are taught like this is living, this is non-living, and there are some diagrams, and we have to choose like which is living, which is non-living, and then we are given this idea that living entities take birth, they grow, then they reproduce, they grow old, and then they die. So these stages, like in simple ways, they tell in nursery classes, like these are the traits of a living entity, and non-living entities we don't find. So when I say living entities, I mean it takes birth, it dies, it grows, reproduce, like it has ability, and then grows old
Car
and
also
dies.
produces smoke, sound,
It
right?
doesn't produce cars.
Okay, it
Human
doesn't
beings
have
can
to.
produce human beings.
Humans produce humans, and we don't produce smoke also, or
We produce lot many waste materials, but it doesn't count. If car can produce car, then it's like right comparison. Humans can produce humans.
humans
Cars
produce.
can.
So what does that mean? You can't say that cars and humans are the same thing. So you can't expect cars to show the same patterns, same behaviors. We have
So from here
similarities.
here we can understand there are two type of things, no?
There are two type of things.
Yes,
Uh,
two type of things. One which can take birth, grow
okay,
old, reproduce, and die. And there are some things which don't follow these rules or don't do these things. So there
okay,
are two kind, two substances, whatever. There are two things, not one.
and so
And and what is the difference between these two things? Because physically, if you see, the composition is just the same. They are made up of atoms, and the living
hmm
entities which do all these things, like take birth, die, grow old,
hmm
reproduce, they also do the same. Composition is same, atoms, neutrons, protons. But what is that difference? Like which segregates them? Like one is able to do all these
the
activities, and
composition
other
is different. The composition is different. Like a car and a human is not made of the same thing, right? So if you like combine different elements, then you will get different results, right? So you can't expect to see everything in the same manner just because they are made of parts. We are not identically having the same components, right?
So, if I'm not wrong, you're saying that certain composition of these elements can bring life. Meaning, if we have all these materials, certain composition can make a person or can make a thing
And
reproduce. And
that's what we observe.
how, give me an example where it happens. except
Humans,
from
animals.
they are living beings already. Like we discussed,
Oh,
there are two kinds of things now. One is
okay.
dead, like like matter, which is not displaying all these traits like taking birth, etc., etc. And then there is other entity which is doing it by default.
Yeah.
Animals are there, birds are there, not only human beings. And
Mm-hmm.
amoeba, bacteria, like unicellular to multicellular, we know. So at least there
Okay.
are two kinds. and
Okay.
and the composite,
So,
if we
so
see,
what?
yes, so I wish to understand the difference between two. And then I introduce, out of my ignorance, this idea that there must be some origin of life, because what I have seen in my life is that any life that is generated or comes into being is from a living entity only.
Okay,
So if
that
I,
doesn't suggest that it will follow the same path always. Okay.
this is what I feel. My,
Oh, you
I might
feel
be,
feelings are not good base for making arguments. I mean, it's only for beliefs, and yeah, you just
yes,
believe in
sure,
that, and you clearly understand that your beliefs might be false, right?
might be false. Yes, obviously, might be.
Since it doesn't depend on a logical reasoning, it might be false, and
Logics,
it can be true
we
even
have logics to
illogically.
understand things.
What?
Like we have all this logic and fallacy and everything, just in order to understand things nicely, isn't it? Like why do
Nicely,
we have?
yeah, you can say that nicely, yeah. But your belief doesn't follow logically.
Yes, like see, we become handicapped. I become handicapped at sometimes, and
Okay.
then I have my ways. If I don't see in past where life was originated from matter or anything till date, so what do I, if I need to conclude, or like if I really want to know, so I know that in this lifetime I might not know or never know the origin of life or any concrete thing. So I would die in ignorance. Better I have my understanding. Okay, this could be a thing, and it's not harming anyone. Like okay, let's keep the harming part aside. But what is wrong if I'm coming up with my conclusions? You can call them beliefs and stuff, but
Okay,
how
but
would
they
that,
are the case, right? This is the case. They are beliefs.
they are beliefs obviously.
Okay.
Because if scientists or like the learned people find it very difficult to come up with a concrete, I'm not accusing or blaming or demeaning or belittling anyone. I'm just trying to say that I try to understand things, and I observe things, and then what I've seen is life comes from life, and I haven't seen. So I would definitely want to know the
Yeah, but
origin of
yeah,
life.
that's the problem. Life is made of non-living things, so that's obvious also. But why you ignore that part? Why you just focus on the edge of the picture? You just look at one part of the picture, and you ignore other parts of the picture. In the same picture, you see that the life is made of non-living matter. That's the bigger picture, okay? And there are parts that I don't see in this picture, but I can assume, okay? Which is like all scientists, they don't agree upon at one theory, okay? How life started exactly, and they struggle, but they don't say, "Oh, wait a second, I don't know this, therefore I can believe whatever." I want." No, they don't say that. If I don't know, I can stop here. I can wait for further evidence, information, whatever. Then they can say, okay, now we learned this one also. Let's proceed. Like every time we don't know something, okay, this is most likely how religions existed. They didn't know
Yes.
how it was raining. They didn't know how lightning was appearing. They didn't know how and why earthquake was happening. They just always guessed. They couldn't explain. They said, okay, there must be a God behind all those things punishing us. And diseases, they said, oh, wait a second, there must be some magical powers, or this person must have some bad energy, bad spirits. That's how people, diverted in many different false conclusions. And when you don't know something, when you assume a lot of things without any good evidence, most likely you will end up with false conclusions. And again, in logic, there is, something that you can reach a true conclusion even through an illogical process. But that would be, you know, showing that you're so lucky in your belief. That's all.
Yes, obviously. So, and like when there is pandemic, so people in those days would have thought like gods are angry or something. So yes, obviously when they cannot explain, it happens. But I've lived half of my life. Only few years are remaining. So
Mm,
if it gives me some kind of, what do you say, not satisfaction.
satisfaction. Okay.
Yes. So see, there are theories. No one is coming with concrete evidences for anything related to theory of like. Okay, this could be a possibility. Let's why can't you take that? Okay, I'm basing my things on the things we know, so it could be a possibility. Why do you deny it, or why anyone has to deny it? Because if this is
Okay.
not happening, so this would also not happen.
That's okay. Like I don't have a problem when people believe in, most likely false things. I don't have big problem with that because in the end of the day, I'm not gonna save the world. Okay. And well, but here's my deal. I imagine like if that's okay for every person, imagine how many false beliefs people would have. Like many false beliefs. Okay. Like that's a diversity. Okay. But which diversity is more breathable in societies? Like imagine this one. I have thousands of beliefs because I don't know something, and you also have many beliefs because you don't know something. And all people believe in many different things just because they don't know something. And the thing that they don't know must be the same thing, but their beliefs could be so different. Okay, and that would be a lot of like, to me it's not a diversity anymore. Yeah, there's diversity, but to me it's like a garbage bunch of opinions out there without any good evidence. I would like to live in a society where people say, wait a second, I don't claim to know, or I don't claim to believe in anything with no good evidence. So here's the evidence. Okay, that's how we explain this. But if we can't explain this, let's stop here. And people can study different kind of fields, and they could gather information as much as they can. That could be a better diversity for me in a society, and that's very personal, subjective, and you don't have to stick to that one anyway.
Wonderful. Yes, but if you say, if let's suppose there is one perfect thing, do you agree, or like what do you say, that all the people have different similar capacity to grasp everything to that level, or to come to exact understanding of that truth or anything?
And maybe they
That time
wouldn't.
also it would so there would be differences then also.
Yeah, but there would be differences about the amount of the knowledge people have. So if like we set a rule, like wait a second, we don't claim something without any evidence, without any good evidence. Doesn't matter how much your
Good is
capacity
relative.
is.
Like good is very relative. Relative in the sense like something like, for me it's good enough evidence that like till date no proof of creating life in laboratory from matter and same composition. That's good enough for me. So how is,
And
so
that's
I
the
can say
point.
that
I get your point. I get your point. Yeah, it's relative. It's relative. But if we put it on a scale, your good would be so behind than the other evidence, the other type of evidence. For example, life is made of matter. We have better evidence. Okay, so you say yours is a good evidence. Your ignorance is a good evidence, but the observation of the elements in the human body, way better evidence, because we can observe at least. And you are making a belief without something that you can't observe, you can't find. And
very
for example, let me put an example. How can I say? Okay, let's suppose that there are 5 doors. Okay. um and now someone says that, hey, you can only choose one door. Okay. And one of them leads you to hell, The others, they lead you to in a good place, okay? And you don't know which one, okay? And you're saying that just because I don't know, I can choose any door can be right. I don't know which one, but since I don't know, I will choose this one. Okay. And the other case also doesn't know, but he starts observing. He checks the door. He can't open, by the way, but he realized that one door is so fucking hot. Okay. And he stays away from that door, but that door was the door that you have chosen. And that's the one which leads to hell. So what I'm trying to say, at least you can apply this into real life, okay? People can investigate things. It can't be a precise evidence, okay? But they can gather information, and each of information they can lead them to the true result. At least they have a better chance than you have, because you are not observing. You're just saying, okay, I can choose anything. Or like in that example, you can say, okay, wait a second, since I don't know, maybe there's no such a thing even. So I will not choose, and I believe that it will lead me to a better place, which is not the case in that example. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say, it's better to go forward with the evidence that we know. Look, the amount of the evidence we should investigate, then we should proceed. We shouldn't proceed without something known. When we don't know something, how can you proceed?
Very true. Wonderful example. You explained very nicely. I might not be correct, but see, when you gave this example of hell and heaven, you go and touch the door, and if you see it's hot, you have some previous knowledge, isn't it?
Sure,
So
you have some previous knowledge, but
some
again, we
previous
have previous knowledge. So, for example, we know elements. We know elements that exist in this universe, and we also know the elements that exist in the body. So, this is also previous knowledge, right? Then we assume that, okay, most likely, like, life came from here, non-life, because those elements are non-life for us, right? But since like we're made of these elements, most likely we came from non-life. So this is an assumption based on what we observe, but your assumption is something based on what we don't know. You're saying, oh, we don't know
see,
how this works.
you observed that since, so okay, given same set of conditions, do you agree, or do you say that if similar conditions are given, each and every individual would come up with the same conclusion, or should come up with the same conclusion?
Okay. That wouldn't be that's not the same case, because like now you're being presented with the same evidence, but your conclusion is not the same. You want to make a conclusion based on something you don't know. At least you even ignore the information that I'm presenting you. You don't even check that. You say, wait, doesn't matter like what you say about those elements in the body, in the nature. You're ignoring that information. You're saying that we don't know how life started, and like you're just looking at one part of. Well, if I say it like without an observation, that's false. Okay, because you're saying that I see that I come from my parents; they were alive, and they came from their parents; they were also living things. That's what I observe, and I assume that it must work always like that. So that means, according to your analogy, okay, there must be living things all the time, even at the beginning of this universe. When the universe was in a singular point, there must be living
No,
things.
I don't claim that universe was at a singular point.
Oh, you don't
Or
agree on that also.
no, yes, I don't agree on Big Bang and stuff, that it was singular and then
What do you think, man, then? Okay, do you think that this universe is just static? It was always existing like this?
I just need some break. I cannot hear you. The battery of my headphone died. If you give me 5 minutes, it's fast charging. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I hope you never charge it, because you sound very, very good right now.
Just wait.
Okay, he wants me to wait. You sound perfect without those Bluetooth headphones. You should know that.
Really? But you know, one of the speakers of my laptop doesn't work. So so you don't sound very good.
Oh,
But
you don't
I,
hear me very good.
I can hear you, but it's very coarse.
This one is what? Like now you're speaking through. It's the same laptop?
Yeah, it's the same laptop.
Man, like use cable headphones which don't have a microphone, okay?
Okay, that yes, that would work. I'll
That's the perfect solution for your case.
get one tomorrow only. Wired one.
Or if you're able to do when you're using your Bluetooth headset, you should go to settings. You should use the microphones of your laptop and you can still listen through your headphones.
Okay, let me see if I can do that setting right now. But it's fast charging. It would charge in a while, so I can listen to you properly. And whenever I come back, like after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we can continue from there.
No, let's do it like this because I think it's enough for me. Well, we can do it tomorrow or the other day.
Mhm.
And then you have time to check those settings. Like, are you using Windows?
Yes.
Okay, I think you can do that also, like audio settings or.
I'll do that for sure. Like before I speak to you next, I'll do that setting so that
Uh,
I'm using the microphone of my laptop and speaker of my.
And you can find those settings here in Free Protocol. So there's device settings. Okay.
Yes.
I hope you see like the microphones of your
Yes,
laptop. I
I've
know.
turned on Magic microphone, and in the device setting also, I know some settings over there.
Okay, let me show here. So it's okay. Like when you click on the settings, you see group settings, room settings, and device settings. That's the part you can adjust the microphone, choose the microphone.
I get it. I'll do that in a while.
You should definitely do that. And please check the last part of this video where you speak with, without your headset and with your headset, and you will understand the huge difference. And you will say, why the hell I'm using this fucking Bluetooth headphones? Anyway. Okay, before leaving, any of you guys want to join Scam Chan, Skeptically Pissed? If you want to talk, maybe I can have some time for you guys also. But if not, probably I'm gonna leave. And if you decide to join soon, here's the link for this room to join. What did I say? Did I say? What did I say? Okay, then I can wait a little bit. I don't have much time, but scam chat. So you were the guy that we had some comments under one of the live videos, I think. You said that If I set up my PC, maybe I can join. Then I said you can use your phone. You're the same guy, right? Cool, cool. Thanks for engaging, man. Oh, I think the other guy is not here anymore. Skeptically pissed. I could invite him also, but he's not here anymore. Before doing that, maybe I should create again. I changed my mind about going outside, so maybe I can stick around more. Okay, okay. Before I will send you the link again. That link won't work for you. You should know that. Because now this is another room. Here, the new link for you. So, and if somehow you join, you should say, "Hey, I'm the guy from YouTube." If you're joining with another account, you need a Gmail account in Chrome browser. Afzal. Lozano.
Hello.
Hello, man. Sharia. Oh, Jack is here. Who else? Iqbal Simon. Okay.
Oh, hello. You talk about the God, I think it's of religion. Nice.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So, guys, what do you talk this moment?
You guys just joined. And we have specific topics, as you see. And you can choose.
Nice. So about the religions, I see here in the about the topic.
Existence of religions. It's not religions.
Yes.
It's the existence of religions.
Okay.
So that means we don't need to talk about one religion. It's
So
a
is
general
my
topic.
yes, my religion is a different religions. I don't know. I'm from Brazil. My religion from Amazonia religions.
Oh, okay.
It's nice. Do you know ayahuasca?
No, I don't know.
So I use the tea. Is a tea you use it for the ritual, but I believe in God, in the life, in the you connect with nature. Uh, this tea, Santo Daime, the name in my religion.
Okay.
I put in the chat when you have a curiosity, searching on Google about. I love it because you can connect with yourself. It's a good opportunity you meditate about your life, about the God, the existence, the word is very nice religion. It's a different religion,
Oh,
That
but this is my religion. That's how I connect with all those things that you said. Like I create this room, I talk to people, I talk about
okay.
God, I talk about nature, universe, and
Yes.
I like we talk about not ourselves, but we talk about our existence also. So that's also thinking about yourself, right? So this is like a meditation for me, man. I don't need your religion to do
Okay.
what
Yes.
you're saying to me right now.
Okay. Okay. But do you believe God? Do you?
Did I? Yes, I believed a God exists before,
Okay.
but not
I
anymore.
think I believe is God is energy power. You maintain everything in equilibrium.
Energy
Universe.
power. You mean like a generator or like a power bank?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But there are many power banks. You know that, right?
Yes.
There's not only one source of energy. There are many sources. If you think like that. So how many gods do you believe in?
I believe in one God. I
Mm.
think there is one one God, but I think the other gods in the world is the same God. So change the name. I think. I believe this. Change
Yeah,
the
but
name because
why your belief is different than your reasoning? Because when we talk about these energy sources, for example, the sun
yeah.
is the biggest energy source that we have right now, and this planet is also a source of energy. Okay, and that means there are at least two big sources for energy, and there are many other sources also. And when you look at the universe, wow, there are billions of sources for some energy. But why, like, you believe in one God?
I think no one God, but I believe the one. How can I say in English? Uh, one creator. There is one creator that everything. I believe.
That's the same thing.
Yes, yes, but no one. I think it is creates a energy is maintain everything in the equilibrium.
Mm,
I, I, I
who
no
created
is a
your
man.
God?
God knows a man.
God is
Knows
not
a
a man.
woman. Knows a nothing. I think
Oh,
it's
okay. God
difficult to
doesn't have
explain.
gender. No problem. I
Yeah,
understand that.
yeah,
That's not
yeah,
different
yeah.
than other religions. But who created your God? I think you didn't hear my question.
Yes, because it's moment I am in my lunch time. He is the officer. The people started talking, making noises here from my headphone.
I can repeat the question if you want.
Yes, can you repeat the question?
Who created your God?
No. Mm,
Mm,
I don't know.
you
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
But
I don't know.
someone must have created your God because, like you say, like it requires sources, right? Energy source. It must come from somewhere. Someone must create it, right? So if we go like this, someone must create your God also. It must come from somewhere.
Yeah.
You didn't think about that before, right?
I think Big Bang has created his God, probably.
Big Bang created his God.
Yeah, he was talking about energies and the different manifestations of energies. So whatever has begun from Big Bang. So he can say that Big Bang was a source of his God.
Big Bang was the source of his God. Okay. So his
Can
God
we?
must be in the universe, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I have to say it, I think we all are a part of God. Like this whole cosmos is godly, divine, and we are here to experience it. We cannot make a conclusion out of it. We just have to experience it. Did you understand what I said?
Sorry, I was reading a comment. That's why I couldn't catch what you said. Can you repeat, please?
I said like we all are a part of God, and this whole cosmos is godly or it's God.
Well, why you say
So
that?
because we don't know who created it, so it existed for very long time. So
Oh
I just
no,
feel that everything is like
it just existed.
yeah,
Okay, but that doesn't require to name it God, right? Something just
yeah,
exists, so
yeah,
that means it's a God.
yeah. I mean, we don't necessarily need to use the word God itself. It just exists. Why do we always need to think about who has created it? Why can't there
It's a
be
good
a,
point.
yeah, why can't there be something which need not require some kind of creation or destruction? It just
Yeah,
exists. That's all.
why that thing is not our universe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point.
Can we talk about afterlife and soul? I want to hear what you think about it.
I don't believe in afterlife and soul.
Yeah, me neither. I think after our body decomposes, all the nerves and neurons are completely like burnt or buried underneath the soil. So there is no way that our soul can transmigrate to another body.
Yeah, it's like you can't sing, right? When you
Mm,
die after your atoms scatter around, you can't
yeah,
sing. So there won't be sound coming from you, right?
exactly. Yeah.
So, like, that doesn't suggest that sound exists outside of our body or separate. Sound is a concept, right? I mean, it's just vibrations in the air,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't mean there's something called sound
Mm,
separate from our body and air. No, there's no such a thing, right? So,
mm,
and people could see consciousness like that, but they don't see. So when we die, we don't generate sound and we don't generate consciousness also.
mm,
And they look like each other, right? I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry, like people, and like they could debunk what I said, okay?
Hmm.
Because after people die, those dead bodies like creates a lot of gas, and dead bodies can
Mm,
fart, so they
yeah.
generate sound. And then that, yeah, but that's not what I meant. Like after all those cells decomposes, then no, there won't be sound, singing, another thing. I am Scam Chan from the chat. Oh, welcome. Uh, okay, here's your mic, and thanks for joining, man. And thanks for the comments on YouTube. Also, thanks for following. So yeah, that's what I say. Um, we don't need to think that soul is a separate thing, or there's such a thing
Mm,
separate from our bodies, because they say, oh, what about how do you explain death? Okay, the body stops
mm,
working, and when it stops working, it stops creating a lot of things. Like consciousness is one of them, sound is one of them, right, and many other things. So they all stop
you
because the
know,
body stops working.
I want to make a hypothesis. I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but the the definition of consciousness in my thinking is like the way your neurons are firing, it is generating some amount of awareness within your body. What if the firing of neurons or the transport of the salts like sodium and potassium, which are carrying the neuronal impulses, they have impact over subatomic particles which are unable to be seen by our eyes, and they are like transmigrating. Do you think something very microscopic is like transferring after we die, like something we cannot observe? no matter how much we try. And the level of scientific innovation that we have is not enough for us to observe it right now. It can only be experienced. Could it be a possibility?
Okay,
I'm asking because
here's the thing. So when things dissipate in the nature, they don't show the same behaviors, right? So, like if the energy is scattered around, it's not hot anymore, right?
yeah,
I mean, so like those neurons that you're talking about, like even if they transfer, okay, the way that you explain, since they will dissipate, right? They might not show similar properties like consciousness. You wouldn't expect them to show some consciousness in this physicality or in any other place, whatever you imagine or people imagine. So it only can work that the that process is just how to say that diverted into a place intentionally or just diverted naturally. If that is the case, maybe then maybe it could show some properties of consciousness, but no, we don't have, I think, good evidence for making such
yeah.
claims.
I also sometimes feel like our brain plays lots of tricks and hypnosis with us. Uh, it's the main cause for people to believe about afterlife and soul. Let's suppose there was a medieval aged guy, like someone who lived in 1500 and 1600, and he dreamt about something, or he had some kind of a subconscious visualization, and he just thought that that was his previous life. That's why he's getting those dreams or visualizations. So all this afterlife and soul, like these theories have been propagated and they have been widespread in the medieval age. So maybe as people learn more about brain and how it functions, what are neuronal firings and how they happen, like people will debunk most of these myths.
Most likely, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, the things that we don't know how they work, to us it seems magical, right? Or like even you can look at the magical tricks, right? Well, people don't know it and it seems like a magic, but when they know how people do it, it loses all that, you know,
Charm.
charm. Yeah, thanks for helping. So, and the same thing goes for what you said. So when people learn about how brain works, yeah, they may understand. Wait a second. Okay, now we can explain that. Hey, AJ, I'm okay. And why the hell you're sending private messages since all people can see what you're typing? That's meaningless. If you type in the chat box, no man, you're lying. I was not private messaging you, could easily prove that you're lying because this is live on YouTube and my screen is on YouTube right now. I'm sharing my screen also. I said I'm okay. Oh, you don't have the mic. I can give you the mic. Lover. You also have the mic. I think all people have the mic right now. Okay. Ouch. So, how can I read your name, man? My
Hemant.
eyes. Hemant. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about God?
I don't really think about it. For me, the word is useless.
You don't think about it.
Not much. I used to think about it earlier, but the moment I realized all the effort that I put into is like going into vain, or it's not useful, or we can't define it, the word God. So I stopped thinking about it.
We can't define the word God, but people already define the word God, man.
Yeah, they do it in their own terms, and no one really has an unanimous definition for it. So no matter what you think, it doesn't really matter. You can justify yourself, and that's okay. And for me, even if I don't justify it for myself, my life is still going on as it is. I'm breathing. The sun is coming every day, so it
Okay.
doesn't really make a difference for me.
Do you know the term apathetic agnostic?
I know agnostic, but I don't know apathetic agnostic.
Okay. Like
I am
those are
agnostic, yeah.
yeah, those are the agnostics who don't care about the existence of God, and you're definitely one of them.
Yeah. Thanks for classifying me into
Oh,
a category.
I didn't do that. I mean, you fit in that category. That category existed, you know,
Mm,
before I start talking about these things. Way before. I don't know who
mm,
classified, but yeah, there are classifications about such positions.
mm.
Sometimes it's helpful because it easily explains yourself, right? If people have
Yeah.
knowledge about those terms, just when you, for example, when I say agnostic atheist, if people, didn't learn about those things, they don't understand it. I need to explain. But for the people who checked it before, oh yeah, okay, now I know your position. You don't believe a God exists, but you don't claim that God doesn't exist. Maybe God exists, maybe God doesn't exist. You don't know, or maybe you claim that even if a God exists, we can never know. So that's you. Yeah, voila.
Mm.
Mm.
And I have to say, like, we are microscopic creatures on this earth, and Earth itself is a very microscopic planet. And with our microscopic brain, we are trying to deduce this whole cosmos. It's never gonna work. Shut up and enjoy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
So, why do you categorize yourself as philosopher? Like, you like thinking about these things and researching about these things?
Oh, I study philosophy as a branch,
Oh,
but I don't call my philosopher. I call myself philosopher.
okay.
And why I call this name, well, there's a reason behind that. I created this nickname for myself and for the YouTube channel.
Mm,
I refer to my history about believing in God. I don't believe in God anymore. When I was believing in God, I had really bad arguments, bad reasoning.
mm,
After I started thinking about those things, studying about those things, I realized that my evidence is not good. It's so bad. And I believe right now I think more clearly because I don't have those beliefs anymore. And that's why I said philo sober.
oh, okay. That's good.
Theists spend their days trying to convince themselves that they can live forever and don't really accept life at a base level. Such a waste.
Mm.
Okay, that comment comes from YouTube.
So, okay, let me ask you, do you practice meditation?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
Look, to be honest, I see it's a little bit waste of time.
Why?
I think it's more fruitful to engage with people and talk and understand what they say, or like it's also a learning process. You learn from other people, right? And I want to use my time in that way. Meditation, I don't see like much benefits. Thanks,
I can.
guys, for the chat. Okay, thanks for
Mm.
joining, Lozano. So,
Yeah, I was about to say, like, meditation is about trying to increase your awareness or demon. Like I guess you might have heard about it, like being very mindful and whenever you're eating a meal, being fully present and like engrossing yourself completely in what you're doing. Don't you think it would improve your quality of life?
If that's your main purpose, yes. But
Mm,
like, if you don't care that much, like the way that you don't care about the existence of God, so then it's unnecessary. It's about what
okay.
you care more, right?
Mm, yeah.
Seemingly, what you're offering to me right now, through meditation, is not that much important for me. So, and all that stuff, people, I mean, people who meditate, not all, sure, but, those beliefs, right? They're really connected, like those energies, right? Those experience even with God, and many other things included, right? That kind of, you know, uh, makes me really stay away from that concept, because like a lot of concepts that I really dislike. I mean, not I dislike, but I don't see good evidence. They're all in that topic, meditation. So, but yeah, like you don't have to relate meditation to those things. Well, it can be only about practicing awareness. That's something else. But I'm aware of my existence, and I think that's enough for me right now.
Mm,
Maybe that's why I don't need more awareness, because it can result differently, right? Like maybe being more aware of the things that you're doing and feeling, experiencing, maybe it's a plus for you, but that doesn't mean all people will feel the same. Phrase ignorance is bliss. Maybe
yeah.
it's better for some other people, like knowing less or awareing less, because being aware of something, yeah, maybe it's okay. Maybe you can enjoy more, but that will make you aware for other things and the universe, right? We experience a lot of suffering also. If you become more aware of those things, that can be really annoying for other people. For example, it could be really annoying for me to fully aware of all the pain is going on in this universe, on this planet. To me, it's annoying. Or maybe meditation offers a way to ignore or limit what you're being aware of. I don't know. But again, whatever the results, you may get different results based on the personality of a person.
Mm.
And that's too much speech for someone who have never meditated, who doesn't know much about meditation. Sorry for my what's called. I don't know. Maybe that's all bullshit what I'm saying right now for someone who knows about these things. Are you meditating, man?
I do practice meditation. Yeah.
Okay, let's fact check. So, like, do you think that makes sense what I said about meditation so far?
Um, I You mentioned the fact that you could be aware of a lot of sadness that is happening around the world,
Hmm.
but meditation doesn't really mean that you'd be aware of everything. You could, all I'm saying is like, let's suppose at this moment you decided that I want to focus on drinking a coffee or something like watching a movie. And once you decide, your mind should completely go engrossed in it. So you have the control of choosing where to focus.
Hmm.
So if some suffering is happening, I'm not saying that you should be ignorant of it, but you could see it, but you could also choose to move away from it. So you are in control.
Hmm. But
Yeah.
like, there are things that we're not also controlling properly. For example, overthinking. What if you
Yeah.
practice awareness, but since you have overthinking, maybe without wanting, you will start overthinking about, those, negative things, and your practice allows you to be more aware of the things, so it might result again badly. You see how
Actually,
much I'm trying to
no,
stay
no.
away from meditation.
Actually, this is one of the biggest misconceptions people have about meditation. They think that consciousness or awareness is more about internal thoughts, but in actual, in the books, that the proper books in how they prescribe meditation, they don't really care about your thoughts. No one should be really caring about much about their thoughts. Rather, they should be focusing on some external item or something like that. Because the moment you're caring so much about your thoughts, it means that you're trying to exaggerate or amplify your identity. So meditation is more about dissolution of identity. You would not have proper like your own identity within. After meditation, you will dissolve yourself and you'll feel one of the, like, become one with the cosmos.
You will become one with the cosmos. That's a big statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, like,
Okay, but
how should I
is there
say,
a need for
idealistic
that?
scenario.
Yeah, I understand, but is there a need for that?
Maybe not to that extent of what I have said, but maybe if, even if you could go 10% or in that direction, you would see a significant improvement in your quality of life.
Improvement quality. But you can improve the quality of your life like in different many ways. You don't need meditation, right?
I think at this point I will.
For
I
example,
don't know.
if you're
Yeah.
just sitting all the day at home, no exercise, that decreases quality of your life. If you start exercising, then it will
Yeah.
increase the quality. If you
It will
eating
increase.
junk food, that will decrease. But if
Mm.
you eat properly, that will increase your quality of life. So there are many ways, as you see.
Uh, but there are many ways and many levels of this. What you have spoken is more about the physicality of your body. So
Okay, so like it focuses
there is
your
physical.
mentality.
Yeah, yeah. It's more about mental and even your emotional stability. I will
But
give you.
we can replace that also, right?
Mhm.
Like you can do some activity. By the way, like physical exercise affects your mentality also. That's also a fact, right? So if you do sport regularly, it changes your emotions also. So, but anyway, like that's not the only thing. Like you can do things,
Yeah.
activities that you like, and that can boost your well-being, your mental. So many different ways.
Let me give you a crude example of what I would
Okay.
see if someone meditates. Okay, let's suppose there is a kid who has grown up in an affluent family and he has all the riches, and like he can eat whatever he wants, and still these people get into depression very easily. And in a contrast, look at someone who is like having very little, but he's quite conscious of what he has. Like he enjoys every drink that he has. Maybe it might not be as expensive, but still they're quite conscious. So what I'm saying is, you might sit in Starbucks, you might have the most expensive coffee, but if you're not conscious enough, your mind is not focusing enough, you you become very weak. So there are levels of weakness or levels of consciousness that I'm talking about.
I see, I
Uh,
see. By the way, like
yeah,
for the clarification, I,
yeah.
I don't have a claim that meditation doesn't work. Definitely,
Okay,
like I see that it works. What I'm trying to say, it's not that much valuable for me because I can replace, those, things with other things to get similar results.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's all I want to say.
I'm not.
Sure, if people are meditating, I'm sure that it will, benefit their lives in a way that they aimed at. That's
Yeah,
clear, I
yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah. Even I agree. I mean, I'm not imposing anything upon anyone. I
Yeah,
just wanted to hear your perspective. That's
I
all.
appreciate. I appreciate.
Yeah.
Okay. That was so far the nicest conversation about meditation because, as I said earlier, people include a lot of stuff which can be annoying, like spirits, like, even, how it's called? Travel, astral travel. You know, they believe that
Yeah,
they can travel through their soul, spirit, or whatever.
they hallucinate and say such rubbish.
Yeah, they say they talk to God while they're meditating. The levels of meditation they reach, state that they can talk to God, they can see the God, or they can be the God, whatever. So
Mm,
I really dislike
yeah.
those concepts. But I know atheist people who are meditating.
Mm,
So that means it doesn't have to relate those things. Clearly, it doesn't, as you also explained. It only focuses to increase your well being, including
yeah.
physicality and mentality. So thanks for explaining again. Sam Harris, yeah, Killish, yeah. I think he's the only one that I know. But it's clear that most likely there are more people. Okay. This guy's always busy, or he's putting that thing just because I don't ask him to talk. Okay, man, either you talk right now or I will kick you forever. What about this? There was a guy in the office today. He was talking with me. And other people, they're talking on the street and the park. Even when their brothers and sisters are fighting, they come and talk here. No, you should talk. You have the mic. There's Mustafa. I don't know who is it, but I started kicking him. If he's watching, the reason is that's annoying. When I say, hey, man, will come. They want to talk? Zero answer. At least you're typing. At least you're typing. But the guy was not reacting in any way. Okay,
Okay.
here's the thing. I will. This part won't be on YouTube. If you say yes, I will stop sharing my screen. We can talk. Then you can mute yourself. And then I can continue streaming. Okay, mute me. I don't want me. Okay, I'll mute you. Don't worry. Okay.
I can say something about afterlife. Maybe not exactly afterlife, but the way you could be alive after your death. Uh,
Really?
yeah, like this is kind of scientific. Let me explain this. Okay, let's suppose
Oh.
you know genes, right? Your genes are being like you're propagated into your descendants, and your grandchildren or grandchildren are going to inherit your genes, and they're going to have it. What if one of your great great grandfathers had a particular set of genes which were quite dominant in him, and he lived a certain kind of life where he was like thinking about many things, and he was like a very mature guy. And after many generations, those set of genes are again visible in you, and they're being quite dominant compared to all the other possible gene sets that you could have. And in a way, you could say that your great great grandfather is living through you because of the gene. He's not entirely living, but maybe a certain percentage of his genes is living. So it could be called afterlife, but it could be a certain percentage of afterlife.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I started
Yeah.
remembering a lot of episodes from different kind of TV shows. Um, like we like have, right, like a lot of behaviors just they're a result of our genes, right?
Yeah.
And but an entire, personality,
Yeah, it's too much.
that's too much to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said a percentage of it probably because
But if it's
let's
like,
suppose
let's say 0.0001,
then it could be like it could be ignored. It doesn't really make any sense then, but
but you're
uh
already combination of two different personalities, right?
yeah, but what I meant to say is like like your skin right now is mostly has a single genetic disposition, if I can say so. In the same way, how your brain, the grooves and ridges in your brain and how it is acting, what if your brain has inherited genes from only very limited set of people, despite the fact that you have a very huge lineage of great grandparents and many other people? What if it has inherited from only two, three people and now it is playing up in your life?
Okay.
Yeah, it could be a possibility. I'm not saying it's always true. It could be a possibility.
The skin. The skin is a big percentage. I mean, not that much big, but yeah, that's not 0.001.
Mm.
Yeah, that's another thing I'll say. It develops, but can memories be saved in genes?
If they are very intense enough, if they are very like long durational, let's suppose your ancestors have lived in a very cold country, like near to the polar region, then all the genes in their body remember the winter that they have survived for years together. When you're born after maybe like 100 years, still your body has the resistance to withstand a severe winter.
Okay, so you're saying that you can be a Stark.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if your great grandfathers have gone through a lot of mental trauma and they have developed a resilience in their neural patterns? Maybe like three, four generations of your ancestors have gone through a lot of trauma and they have become so strong that no one can even penetrate through their brain. No one can threaten them or anything like that. And you don't know anything about it, but after 200 years, you were born and now you're super resilient. Could this be a possibility if many ancestors have been through that?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm really ignorant about
Okay.
genes and biology. So making claims would be so absurd in my case.
Yeah. Yeah. Even I am making some kind of hypothesis. Even I am not sure, but I've heard some things like this.
Okay. Yeah, but it's nice to entertain such kind of questions. Many ancestors. Well, we are made of, at least like we take something from them, right? Genes. So sharing some properties is not a, big very claim. So we definitely share something. And yeah, afterlife. Ooh, that was the thing, right? In June. You know June?
The movie?
The movie, yeah. Like I think in the movie they were not doing that, but in the TV show, what about the TV show? Did you see the TV show?
No, I haven't.
Okay, there they were practicing some sort of, um, having some consciousness through, not maybe not genes, but they were trying to extract the consciousness of previous, generations. Yeah, like there was such a concept.
Sometimes why I strongly feel about this hypothesis that I just said is because you see trees, you can see like the largest tree on this planet, the redwood California tree. The seeds of that tree are so small actually when you see them, but those seeds have the genetic material of all the previous generations of trees. And these seeds, when you plant them and grow them in the right conditions, they grow to such great heights again. But we cannot really believe with our logical mind that all that ancestral memory was stored in that small seed, uh, because the tree looks so big, you cannot imagine that, oh, it has the memory of its ancestors. But still, when you plant it, it will not grow as a grass, it will not grow as a small tree, it will again become the redwood tree, which is so huge.
Yeah. No one is tapping info or that ancestors. Okay. Terrence, you want to talk? Since you jumped in here from YouTube, maybe you want to talk. But since you're not talking so far, that also means maybe you don't want to talk. But what's the use of being here if you're just listening? You were doing the same already on YouTube. Anyway, I'm not forcing you to talk, at least this time. Killish, Jack Rodriguez, Flower Lover. You can forbid. Okay, let's meet. Okay. Terrence Bullock. Terrence is joining from YouTube. That's the whole introduction that I can make because that's all I know about you. Okay. Oh, God. Hey, Jack, are you sleeping?
Yeah, there's no Muslims here.
Okay.
Where's
Oh.
all the Muslims? You scared them all away.
I kicked some of them before you joined.
Oh, thank you. You should have told me.
Okay.
You know why I come here?
Should I put a counter on the screen
Oh,
for all the
no,
people that I kicked?
nah,
Today?
don't worry.
Maybe I should.
Yeah,
Hey, man. Hey, welcome.
Figure out the mic to come.
Your voice is breaking a lot. You should know that.
Yeah,
I didn't get anything that you said so far.
yeah. I was trying to figure out how to get this microphone to work.
Do I have a get to blah, 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 blah. So still it's not
Right.
clear. But at least this time I just heard some words. Your connection, if you hear me clearly, it's not good. I think I think you're now trying to listen on YouTube.
Okay, philosopher, I think I should be leaving now.
Okay.
Thanks for the conversation.
Thanks for joining and sharing your information, opinions, and etc. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye bye. Okay. Terrence, I will mute you a little bit. If you have done something to improve the connection, then you can unmute yourself. But if you didn't do anything, maybe it won't be solved. It's the phone. I think it's the internet. But it might be the phone also. The connection is strong. Hmm. Okay. It's okay, man. No worries. No worries. Yeah, maybe another time you can try through your PC. No worries. But thanks again for joining, for following on YouTube, for being here, for trying. Okay, we don't have more people again. Yeah. This is the old stuff, by the way, and we don't promise different things. We only promise different people with same arguments. And if people are patient, that can be something good for them to listen the same arguments from different people. But not all people are patient enough because they can easily get bored when they listen to the same stuff. Me too. But I keep doing this for a long time. And sometimes it's just frustrating the way that people close themselves and they don't want to listen, understand, even try to help while explaining something. Those can be annoying, but the good stuff is sometimes you see people, they're really open minded and they're helpful. For example, the guy just left. I don't know even if he was a believer or not, but he explained some stuff that I was not familiar to that much. For example, meditation, it's not my territory. Like I don't know much things about meditation, but he showed that it can be done for simple purposes. You don't have to include souls, spirits, gods, travel through your soul and etc. People want to create a connection to the beyond. They want, and I understand that because life is valuable for people. They don't want to lose it. They know the pain when they lose it, not their own life, but other people, because they don't only value their own lives, they also value other people's lives. Relatives, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, lovers. So people know the pain, and that's why losing it gives them a lot of suffering. So keeping it or seeing that being together with the ones that they lost, that's the desire for the connection, to ease the pain, to fill the gap, because whatever that you lose, that creates a big gap in their, I don't want to say soul, but I think we can use the word soul here to be clear. So that's why people stick to such kind of concepts, believing that there's an afterlife gives them hope to find those people, or at least the idea that they will survive, they will keep going on. That's kind of cool for people. I also don't want to de-exist. Existing even with this pain, well, maybe this amount of pain is okay that I can tolerate and ignore. But if it's going to be like this till the end, I'm okay. I like to exist. If souls existed, there would be no place we could go without running into them. What does that mean? Oh, Jack left because there's no Muslim here. Okay. Akhilesh, have we talked before?
Yes, I think we spoke
Okay.
about one or 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think you ended the stream, so we
Oh,
started the conversation. Yeah, I think something like that happened.
okay. I hope the one that I ended was also streamed on YouTube.
No, I think
No.
I started speaking with you after you ended the streaming.
Oh, okay. But if I was streaming, you could go and check back what we were talking about. So,
No, no, I remember. I think you asked me, do you have any belief or something like that? So I said I follow Buddhism. So I think.
you're a Buddhist. Wow. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, I think I was listening you on the YouTube. You guys, you and Hemant were talking about meditation, so I joined.
Oh,
You,
yeah. Yeah. Oh, so you were already following me on YouTube. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, we were talking about meditation. That mostly don't happen in my rooms.
hmm
That was
You have
something new.
any question? Like I don't consider myself as an expert, but I can.
Well, to be honest, like I was clear at that time also. I don't
Okay.
have that much interest in meditation. So like basically he said that like it increases well-being of, the person, right? Either
Mm.
physically or mentally.
Mm.
And what I suggested, what I said, we can do that in different ways also. And I believe I'm already doing that in different ways. So I just don't need that. For example, to me, it's like, hey man, you know what? There is Starlink that you can connect to internet.
Mm.
Okay, but I have cables, which works also. So I don't need that right now. Or I'm using my cellular data to connect to internet. That's also fine with me. So something like that, okay? Sure, like the if there's nothing more than that, okay? But there's a dark side of this topic, which I mostly had debate discussions with people because some people claim that through meditation you can get some experience, and that experience is including God or souls or other things, which I do not accept.
Yeah, I think I also does the same unless I have a evidence. I can't just believe, right? I have to have a evidence
Eh?
to tell people something. Like I also does that same, like because in meditation when you go to the deeper, people say a lot of stuff, but unless you experience yourself or something, I don't think so. Then I have a authority to tell the people.
Okay.
So I see meditation only as a calming tool of your mind. That was it doing for me.
What kind of
I,
tool you said?
calming.
Calming.
Yeah.
Calming. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I also calm when I watch movies that I like. I calm down when I sing, listen music, or many other stuff. So
Yeah, whatever
that's what I
works
meant.
for you. Whatever
Yeah.
works for
Yeah.
you.
And as I accepted when I was talking to the other guy, I accept that meditation probably, yeah, it's obviously working. So, and people can use it. Why not? I mean,
Yeah, everyone is unique here, so we can't tell one thing will work for everyone.
exactly.
I think
Exactly.
everyone has to choose based on their requirement rather than someone forcing them.
Exactly. Okay.
You have any question for me, or you can ask. I think I'll get to know about what all my beliefs and what all not. I'm open to questions you
Okay.
wanna ask.
Mm, Okay, let's try. Well, what about God?
In Buddhism, you don't have to believe in a god, like a god in the sense creator. There
God
is
is
no
what?
creator god. There is no concept like that. So
Oh.
Buddha doesn't say that there is a creator god.
Then that means I was wrong because I think there were some sects in Buddhism they were believing a creator God.
No,
No?
it can't be, because as per Buddha, there is no. He never gave the answer to it.
Okay.
So
Sorry, like for checking it right now.
yeah,
In
please
any
do.
sect of Buddhism is there a concept? Uh, okay. Buddhism doesn't typically include a concept of a god or supreme being. However, some forms of Buddhism incorporate deities or divine beings, but these are not seen as creators or ultimate authorities. Divine beings. Okay. That information is new for you, or you already know that?
No, I already knew. But what Buddha says, right? He says you don't have to believe because I say it, or you don't have to believe it's in a scripture or somebody else says. Come, try to find a evidence. If the evidence tell you to prove, like believe it, then believe it. So I have that freedom for myself. So that's what I like about the religion. So for
Okay.
me, I have to accept all the things based on my experience. I have that freedom here. So there are these concepts are there, but as I said, right, I haven't seen in my life, because I don't have a experience about the rebirth, or I haven't
Mm.
seen in God, like in a God. I'm not talking about the creator God. This God here, divine being, I never seen it. So how can I talk about it?
Okay, but you said these concepts are there in
Yes,
Buddhism?
yes, it is there. But it's like it doesn't say that you have to pray. It says those, like how human beings are there, like the people who are living in a, like divine beings also there. So you don't have to pray them. It never say you have to pray them, but it say how human beings are there, the similar, the other creature also there. I think I would like to, I think 31 planes of, there is a concept called 31 planes of existence. I think
Okay, okay.
it's called 31 planes of existence, like how Earth is there, right? Similarly, there are 30, including Earth, there is a 31 planes of existence. So
So,
that,
like, let me ask: if you don't believe a God exists, that doesn't make you a non-Buddhist, right?
no.
Like, if you don't believe in those souls or rebirth, still you can be a Buddhist.
Yes, because I don't have a proof, right? I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying I don't have evidence to believe it.
Okay, but like Buddhism is telling you that to search for evidence for those things.
Yeah, you practice the way, and when you practice the way, right, your practice will answer you as you progress in your practice. So it will answer for you.
Okay, but if you don't practice, that makes you a bad Buddhist?
No, like you
Okay.
have to follow five. The Buddha says only you have to follow the five things. That is, one is not killing, not stealing, not committing any sexual misconduct, and not lying, and not doing intoxicant. Only these five principles. That's the basic. There are a lot of people who call them Buddhists. They do not follow this. These are like fundamental things. You can follow it. Like
Mm-hmm.
because people, like a lot of people, even I tell myself Buddhist, right? I follow it seriously, but I sometimes I lie. So it's every day I try to improve myself. I recognize that, like I'm saying, like lying in a not a bigger sense, but in a smaller thing I lie, but I recognize why do I lie, what was the reason that led me to lying, that so I try to understand it, then overcoming, like next time I try not to lie. So these five fundamental things I told you, right? That is a necessary thing to you to be Buddhist. I do not
Okay.
see anything wrong with it. So those are not, if people are following that, that's good for society. Do you see anything wrong with it?
I see your points. Oh, welcome, Julie. Yeah, today is an interesting day. We were talking about Buddhism, and before this gentleman, we were talking about meditation. If you missed that, just you know how to live the life.
Hmm. Sorry, I didn't get you.
Like like the fundamental rules that you mentioned. It's just show you how you should live your life,
Yeah.
and it's up to you whether you choose to live like that or not.
Yeah, because here nothing is forced. Like there is Buddha only say if you does that, right, it's good for you.
Okay, like I think Muslims learn from Buddhism because Muslims claim that there is no compulsion in religion, but seemingly it doesn't work like that. But you guys, I think you do it, you know, in the right way. Like I think there is no compulsion in Buddhism.
Yeah, because we believe, right, there is no religion kind of a thing. Everybody is a person. End of the day, I can't do a discrimination between Buddhist and other person. Nothing like that I can do. If I do that, I won't be following what Buddha is teaching. So I have to consider everyone as an equal.
Okay.
Because here I don't like I what to say. You have any question, like ask me. Because
Oh. Well, I don't have because like my questions will lead or may lead some discussions. Since I don't have much time, I'm gonna leave very soon.
sure,
That's why I'm keeping myself. But next time I can ask you a lot of questions, or
sure.
maybe some questions to just trigger a discussion here or a conversation. But I think like wait, what about those Buddhists fundamentalists? Okay, that's a question I think for you.
You can't call them. They are teaching, following the Buddha's teaching, because right, there is something called 10 good deeds. Like I'll tell you 10. According to that, you can't do any of the things they did. I'll give you with the links, like which are the wholesome deeds and which are the unwholesome deeds. So according to that, right, when you're conducting with the body or mind, you can't even doing the like bad speech, right, like to hurt someone, that also not considered as a good thing. So
Well, yeah, I understand that, but that's also what other believers of other religions say. Whenever someone from their faction misbehaves, they will say, yeah, but they're not really following the scripture. They're just misinterpreting things and saying things and acting in a way that is not following the principles of our religion. So that feels a little bit like a no.
Scotsman fallacy.
Yes, thank you.
But Julie, I understand the thing, but I where I draw the line, right? Does in the scripture things like that is mentioned? If things like that mentioned in the scripture, then I blame the religion. If things like that not mentioned in the scripture, people are everywhere, right? People do people stuff. So how can you blame the religion?
But also, if you can't blame the religion, then you also can't say that it's doing good things. Maybe you are the one who are doing good things.
I'm saying I'm blaming them. I'm not saying that they are a good people. I'm saying they are a bad people. I'm not anyway defending them.
Yeah. My point is that maybe the religion is inconsequential in the end, because good people will do what their heart dictates, right? Even if the religious principle says the opposite. So then, what is the use of the religion?
I'm not telling religion work. I'm telling this religion is working for me. I'm not saying this is a silver bullet. It works for everyone. I never said that. Well, did I say something like that?
No, I'm actually agreeing with you. I think that if more people were Buddhists, we would probably be in a better place.
Look, I have seen a lot of people for the they say they are a monk, but they do a lot of bad stuff because a lot of people come for take a robe or become a monk for authority, or they expect people respect them because they are wearing the robe. So bad people are everywhere.
But do you think that those people who committed, I think it was in Sri Lanka, right? The ones who.
Both Sri Lanka and Myanmar both happened it.
Okay, are you saying that they are bad people, or maybe they acted following something that they believed was true?
I think there is nothing like that in a scripture as my knowledge. I think I have a good enough knowledge, so I don't. As per my knowledge, it is not. You can search if it is something like that. You find, you let me know.
What about Christians who act in a similar way, and they are supposedly following the teachings of Jesus, and Jesus, as you know, is not the fundamentalist kind. So, and they will say, yeah, and a Christian who doesn't agree with them may say, well, yeah, but they're not really following Jesus. They're just misinterpreting what Jesus said. Nothing in the scripture says that Jesus is commanding people to be bent into Christianity.
Julie, I don't know about Christianity much, but I like Jesus for one thing. I only think I know about Jesus one thing. I think his compassion. I don't have any argument against Christianity, so I don't have any hate towards any other religion. Like I had a little bit bias toward Islam, but I understand where my biases are coming from. I'm trying to let it go.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, because every place, right? Humans are human. They do human things. So end of the day, I'm trying to be a better person. Whatever I'm following, the question is, does that allow me to do that? If it is not, then I should be looking something other things that help me to become better person. I can do it without religion, but finding the people, right, having a similar mentality when you go towards that particular religion, for me, finding the community helped me when it comes to religion. That's the biggest reason why I'm following the Buddhism. I think Phil has to leave now. I think if you want to speak, you can speak. Okay, I'm open for question because sometimes, right, some question I might not ask to myself when you hearing from the other people. It's give you better clarity.
I see. Anyway, yeah, let me end the stream on YouTube right now. So thanks for all people who joined on YouTube and commented here. Thank you, Scam Chan, Tabula Rasa, and the previous guys.
You missed my name. I came from
Oh,
YouTube.
oh, you came from YouTube. Sorry.
Kidding, I'm kidding.
Okay, thanks for double, 2 times, because you were here, you joined here on River Talk and on YouTube. Yeah, and thanks for all people who joined here on River Talk. This room will be going on. Only the stream will end, so people can join Free for Talk and find this room, and they can keep if they want, or if they find the room available. Okay, see you there all.